Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be the glory of our blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. Members, let me first apologize for the later than usual start. I would like to say first and foremost that this honorable house resumes its sitting for today, Thursday, March 21st, 2024, particularly for the continuation of the budget debate. I would like to extend special welcome first to the mother of the Prime Minister, who is seated in the gallery. Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Audrey Sewell. Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, Ambassador Rocky Mead. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Mrs. Arlene Williams. The many members of the Diplomatic Corps are seated in the gallery. Our own President of the Senate and other members of the Senate. To those who continue to join us online via the various social media platforms, and particularly PBCJ live stream, welcome to the Parliament. To all the guests seated in the gallery, welcome. Welcome to the Houses of Representatives. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Holness. Here. Dr. Clark. Present. Dr. Chang. Present. Ms. Grange. Here. Present. Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Malawu Fort. Dr. Tufton. Here. Mr. McKenzie. Here. Mr. Chuck. Present. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Charles. Present. Mr. Green. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Taradong, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Scott-Wed Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
Thank you. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers. House Leader, I'm rushing along, I'm sure, because of all late start.
Madam Speaker,
Clark, could you please turn your mic
we'd
off?
like to join you in welcoming the mother of our Prime Minister here to welcome. To welcome members from the other place, the higher place that are here, the Senate, that is the other chamber, President of the Senate and the ministers who are from the Senate as well as senators, permanent secretaries, members of the diplomatic corps, and of course, other invited guests who are in the gallery. Today promises to be a very momentous day for all of Jamaica and definitely for this honorable house. Madam Speaker, the agenda as is put forward will flow as per stated. And the sole item today will be the contribution of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, to the appropriations budget. In that context, Madam Speaker, I invite you to proceed with the matters of business.
Thank you, House Leader. Statement by ministers, bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motion for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. House Leader, I would like to go directly to public business as it relates to the budget, and if there are, in fact, any documents additionally to be tabled, then we will recommit announcements as required. Thank you, House Leader.
I concur fully with that procedural approach, and may I invite you to ask the Prime Minister to make his contribution at this time.
Let us make welcome to his feet our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. Minister of Defense, Minister of Defense and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, honorable members, senators, and former members seated in the well, excellencies in the diplomatic corps, Jamaicans here and in the diaspora, listening, watching, and following on various social media platforms, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I thank the Almighty God for sparing us to see another day. We rejoice and we are glad in it. We give thanks for His countless blessings in our lives individually and on Jamaica as a collective. I want to thank my family for their love and support. Every time. In particular, Juliet. An independent woman. Yes. A self-made woman. Yes. Who has achieved all that she has on her own effort, in her own right. Like my mother, who is here as well. They know struggle. Yes. They know sacrifice. Yes. They know hard work. Yes. And they know achievement. Yes. I want to thank my colleagues in cabinet, our parliamentary caucus, our party members, and especially the people of West Central St. Andrew for their steadfast and loyal support. I want to thank my personal staff and advisors for their tireless work. I want to thank the hardworking public sector workers. I want to make special mention of our board members who give voluntary service to oversee the governance of public entities. They are indeed greatly responsible for the achievements of the government, and I want to especially thank them for their service. I want to thank my security detail. Yes. Let me say they work just as hard as I do. I also want to acknowledge me on social media. I read some of your messages. I must tell you directly, I do. And I appreciate your support, your feedback, your critique and criticism. You know, there's one gentleman called Papa Nana. And there are many others, but I'll just call his name because he was very vocal in saying, I want to talk to the Prime Minister to alert me to the things that concern him in the country. And I think Papa Nana may be very well here with us today in the gallery. Representing all the people who give critical support to the policies of the government. Again, I want to thank them for their encouragement and their support. I say to you, keep on support, keep on making your critiques and your comments. I do appreciate them. It means a lot, and it makes me stronger. Madam Speaker, there is no challenge that faces Jamaica that God has not endowed us with the strength and wisdom to overcome. Just look at what we have achieved. We have had 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth since the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we had 20 consecutive quarters of economic growth. This is the longest unbroken period of economic expansion in the history of Jamaica. More Jamaicans have work today than any other time since independence. Unemployment is at a record low of 4.2%. And since 2016, 156,000 new jobs have been created. No other government has created that many jobs. Our national debt as a percentage of GDP is the lowest in 30 years. Just over a decade ago, it was the highest level in our history. All three major rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch, have upgraded their ratings to the highest levels in our history. 2 weeks ago, Fitch stated that robust fiscal management has contributed to a turnaround in credit worthiness following the 2013 distressed debt exchange that Fitch considered a default. Fitch went on to say that this represents the third largest decline in debt burden among all rated sovereigns over this period. Only Ireland and Iceland experienced a larger decline. There is no developing country that has achieved our rate of debt burden reduction over the last decade than what Jamaica has done. Jamaica is viewed as a shining star in this regard. Madam Speaker, there is an additional statistic not often spoken about, but which fills me with great optimism for the future. For the last fiscal year, 2022-2023, Jamaica recorded a balance of payment surplus on our current account of US $352.4 million. The last time that Jamaica had a current account surplus was in 1966. What this means is that for the first time since 1966, our exports plus net remittances exceeded imports. This is a good sign that we are heading in a sustainable direction of increasing exports relative to imports. For the period January to October 2023, Statin reported a 16.9% increase compared to 2022. So we're continuing the growth in our balance of payment. We have created a stable and robust macroeconomic environment of fiscal certainty, which supports employment and income generation, capital investment, and increased economic activity. This has allowed my administration, the Andrew Holness-led administration, to present 9 consecutive budgets with no net new taxes. More than that, my administration has actively reduced the tax burden on the people of the country. My administration has actively reduced the tax burden on the people of the country. In the 2016-2017 budget, we announced an increase in the income tax threshold from $592,800 to $1,272 effective July 1, 2016, and from $1,272 to $1.5 million effective April 1, 2017. We did that. That's the largest ever reduction in the tax burden, right across the board. In the 2019-2020 budget, we increased the turnover threshold required for registration to pay general consumption tax. And we did that, we increased from $3 million to $10 million. Significant relief. We reduced the rate of transfer tax on property from 5% to 2% and replaced the ad valorem stamp duty with a flat rate of $5,000 per document. You think we did done? We increased the minimum estate value on which transfer tax is levied on a deceased person's estate from $100,000 to $10 million. We abolished the asset tax payable by non-financial institutions. We abolished the minimum business tax of $60,000 per annum. In the 2020 to 2021 budget, we reduced GCT from 16.5% to 15%. A massive reduction. Facts. We reduced the rate of asset tax on financial institutions from 0.25% to 0.125%. In 2020-21 to the 2022 budget, we removed the custom administration fee, the CAF, on export declarations with an export value of less than $500. And in this budget, we have again increased the income tax threshold from 1.5 million to 1.7 million and increased the pension relief and aid relief from $80,000 each to $250,000. We also increased the de minimis value of imported goods for custom purposes from US $50 to US $100 and the duty-free allowance for inbound passengers from $500 to $1,000 US. For a long time, in this country, the population approached the budget season with dread and trepidation, wondering what additional taxes the government is going to impose on them. Madam Speaker, we have completely changed that. Now we are approaching a budget. The question is being asked, what goodies the government is going to announce? That is a massive change. There's no fear of the budget. The budget is filled with great expectations. This is a profound change. Workers, families, small businesses, investors can plan their affairs and think long-term without worrying that the government will impose some random tax to mash up their plans. Government is no longer a burden on the people of Jamaica. It puzzles. It is a puzzle to the opposition how a government can eliminate some taxes completely, relieve a significant number of persons from paying taxes, reduce the tax rate itself, and still have more tax revenue collected. It's a mystery to them, Madam Speaker, a mystery. They don't understand it.
They don't understand it.
So I understand when they come and say,
They've never done it.
they have now resorted to spreading an outright lie
Outright
that
lie.
the government has increased taxes in order to explain what they don't understand, or are too ashamed to admit that their government has never been able to do this. They cannot admit that more Jamaicans are employed now than at any other time in the country's history. So more Jamaicans have income and purchasing power. The new hotels that have been built, the new BPOs that have been constructed, the new real estate projects that are being constructed, the new small businesses that have opened up, all have been contributing to the tax revenue. Moreover, wage levels have increased, and more persons are seeing the benefit of joining the formal economy by being compliant and contributing to the tax pool. The government, in turn, takes these tax revenues and returns it to the citizens in ways that increase the quality of life. We have increased public sector wages. We have increased expenditure on national security, health, education, water, pensions, and social security. Moreover, we have used your taxes to bring down debt servicing, which creates more room to spend on the things that matter. I can understand why the opposition would continue to lie about taxes. They have never been in the position, quite frankly, they don't know how to get to this position of financing their budget mainly from tax revenues without borrowing or putting on new taxes. They have no clue. And this is why we say that it is always better for the Jamaica Labour Party to manage the economy of the country. The debate has now moved on to how the dividends of good stewardship of the economy should be spent.
Yes.
That's where the debate is at now. They will never come and tell you how they will earn the revenue. What they will come and tell you is how to spend the revenue. There have been many decades of neglect and disinvestment in our people and our infrastructure, which makes the competition for expenditure, attention, and benefits intense and agitated, especially when it coincides with the political cycle or the election cycle. Everything is a priority now.
Yes.
In such an environment of expectation and frustration, it is easy for the opposition to make wild promises without considering cost, to want to spend the dividend of skillful stewardship of the economy that they did not create, to play upon the emotions of people and abandon reasonableness and fiscal prudence. That is what they want to do. The pressures to run with it are not limited to opposition parties. Internally, governments face the same pressures. In fact, even more. They face sometimes angry constituents who, at the point of their frustration with bad roads, lack of water, garbage piling up, don't want to hear about maintaining fiscal discipline, reducing debt to GDP, complying with procurement rules, or the improved ratings from Fitch.
True.
They put pressure on MPs. No road, no vote. That's the reality. On this side and on that side, we face it. The pressure that existed in 2002 when the then finance minister made his now infamous statement of run with it are the same pressures that exist today.
Absolutely.
In other words, the problems that we face didn't start in 2016. They have always been around.
Yes.
So the conversation which would want to make it seem as if problems have just started, it is unreasonable, it is unfair, indeed mischievous, and hypocritical. What should be clear to constituents and electors and to politicians is that the fundamental problem of a weak economy and slow government bureaucracy is not solved by running with it. If anything, it makes the problem worse. Because they ran with it then.
Yes, and where did it get us?
And we are back here, where we now have to take the problem and take a different approach to solving it. 22 years later, what is different? Today, you have a responsible government who have been good stewards of your affairs. Today, you have a government who is not only interested in power, but is truly interested in people. You have a government who will face the electorate
Tell them the truth.
with the truth about our difficult circumstances. I can stand up here and tell you that I have never been afraid to face the public and tell them the truth.
Absolutely.
I am the only one to have done it.
Yes.
So the people know that when I speak, there is no sugarcoating on it. You're going to get the facts. You're going to get it as it is. You're not going to hear any sweet words.
Yes.
You're going to get it as it is. You know why I do that? I do that because I respect you.
Yes.
Yes, I respect your ability to understand the situation, unlike the Samphai opposition who tries to twist the narrative because they belittle your understanding.
Deception.
Today, Madam Speaker, you have a government who creates wealth and well-being.
Yes.
You have a government, Madam Speaker, that balances lives and livelihood. But I know you will like this one. You have a government that balances work and wages.
Yes.
What is different today, Madam Speaker, is that we have a government that will resist the temptation for reckless policy decisions.
Here.
Madam Speaker, we have a government that creates the cash it uses to care. creates the cash, it uses to care.
care. Yeah.
Not a government that borrows the cash to care. Not a government that put on new taxes to show them. No. That is something that the opposition will never be able to do. It's not in their DNA. They cannot do it. This is high science for them. But hear what, Madam Speaker. Hear this one now. We have a government that truly puts people first. Madam Speaker, the campaign for the recent local government elections was an opportunity for constituents and electors across the length and breadth of the country to express their frustrations, agitations, and grievances. There were two clear, consistent messages from the people. The first message was that while most constituents appreciated, to varying extent, the importance of macroeconomic growth and stability, they want to see the macroeconomic success translated into meaningful benefits at the micro level in their households and communities. They are happy to see the highways being built, but they want to see the road to their community fixed. And that is a fact. This government can't argue with that. I hear you loud and clear, Papa Nana, and other faithful callers and bloggers and people who send message to the government. I hear you. We are listening. We are a listening government. We are a learning government. But above all, we are a caring and responsive government. We will continue on the path of fiscal responsibility to build a strong and vibrant economy that generates surpluses, and we will use these surpluses to care for the people's needs. The Jamaica Labour Party that I lead does not subscribe to trickle-down economics.
Exactly.
I want that to be stated for the record. Stated for the record. At the 2012 conference of the Jamaica Labour Party, it is on YouTube. You can go and just type in Jamaica Labour Party Conference 2012. Go and look it up. I outlined our policy thinking to the Jamaican people. I said then that the Jamaica Labour Party does, and I'm quoting, I hate to quote myself, but in this instant case I have to. I said then that the Jamaica Labour Party does not believe in trickle-down theory, and we do not believe that because there is economic growth, people are automatically going to benefit. That was laid out very clearly as to the policy platform of the Jamaica Labour Party. I declared that as a political organization, we believe in social activism. We put in place policies to ensure that while the economy is growing, the people are benefiting. There are those who talk about putting people first. We are the government that has actually put people first. Madam Speaker, that is why we introduced tuition-free education. And as a result, we are now moving closer to universal secondary education. It was the opposition who tried to remove it when they took government. That is why we...
Also, the Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that the Prime Minister's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, the question is that the Prime Minister's time be extended to allow for completion of his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, that is why we introduce free access to healthcare that improve the health-seeking behavior of Jamaicans. That is why we made technical and vocational training free at the Heart Trust NSTA, where now over 120,000 young people are registered since the removal of fees. That is why we have consistently increased the various tax thresholds to free more Jamaicans from taxation. That is why we introduced a social pension for seniors over 75 who are not NIS contributors. That is why we are introducing unemployment insurance. That is why we have removed the guarantors from student loans. That is why we give a subsidy on bus fares to cushion the impact of inflation on commuting public. We use economic gains to implement people-centered policies that care for and protect the most vulnerable among us and ensure that the gains are shared equitably to improve the lives of all Jamaicans. We are deliberate in what we do to help the poor. We are the government that cares for the poor and working class, not just in talk, but in action. Madam Speaker, the second message from the people was that while they see progress, they have been waiting for a long time and want to know when it is going to be their turn. We all know that the pain points which frustrate the poor, garbage collection, bad roads, lack of water, they have existed for decades. They know that my administration is building the economy that provides the resources to address the pain points systematically and simultaneously. Because of our skillful management of the COVID-19 pandemic, some may have forgotten that some of our plans and programs were severely derailed, and the government was forced to redirect its efforts and over $70 billion for pandemic relief, including $40 billion in the CARE program. That is just forgotten in the conversation. I mean, when you hear, the opposite side speak, it's as if COVID didn't happen.
Bring table to Parliament and leave out 2020.
It's amazing.
Take Jamaica for food. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Better than that.
There can be no greater testament
Leave out
to
2020.
how far Jamaica has come
15, 16.
than that we
Jump
have
over
withstood
2020,
the
2021.
worst global
Shame on you, man.
health and economic shock in 100 years and recovered stronger than we were before. To the point where today the pandemic is like a distant memory in the minds of Jamaicans. This administration has been the most resilient in Jamaica's history. Nevertheless, we understand that the people want their government to accelerate the speed of project implementation and the effectiveness of program delivery. In other words, the people want their government to increase its productivity.
You're here.
And nobody can argue with that. We must increase productivity. I have long recognized this, and I started the year with a mantra that Jamaica must focus on the twin path of building peace and increasing productivity. to create a virtuous cycle of prosperity. Madam Speaker, despite the setback of the COVID pandemic and the ensuing economic fallout and the lingering inflation as a result, Jamaica is back on track. We are now entering a period of the largest and most sustained public investment in the history of Jamaica. The projected central government capital expenditure in the next 5 years is over $500 billion. A number of projects will be implemented through public-private partnerships, so the overall investment will be over $1 trillion on highways, local roads, including community roads, bridges, public parks, hospitals, schools, markets, rural and utility water supplies, sewage, irrigation, houses, police station, fire station, tax office, courthouses, buses, garbage trucks, entertainment zones, stadium and sporting facilities, digital infrastructure and ICT system. My God. Woo! Woo! Projects that others dreamed of. That is the bad mind, Madam Speaker. That is the bad mind. Projects that others dreamed of. Look, listen, I always say, members, the brain is not all in one head. You can have great ideas. And if you have great ideas, I am a person that respects ideas. What I do, I give credit. But if you have a good idea, don't let it go to waste. Give it to me, let me implement it. I thought about using an analogy, but let me try to see if it works. I am the best baby father for ideas. Madam Speaker, the Andrew Holness led administration will convert those dreams and ideas into reality. And I will outline some of these plans and projects this afternoon. Madam Speaker, over the past few years, the pace of project implementation has been such that we have struggled to spend the capital budget. Let me repeat that, because I don't think people would understand what we're saying. The pace of public sector implementation has been such that we can't spend quickly, efficiently, the amount that we allocate for capital expenditure. Two things are happening there, Madam Speaker. The first thing is that we have increased rapidly, this administration, we have increased rapidly the capital allocation. Secondly, we assume that the current state of the public sector would automatically adjust to this new pace. That is not the case. Government has to be instrumental in how it engages the public sector to move it to a new level of administration to match the capital expenditure that is coming. So I want to spend a little time here, Madam Speaker. We will not be able to implement all of these projects that we have mentioned at the pace required unless we increase public sector efficiency and productivity. Based on our long-term strategic planning of the economy, we saw on the horizon that low productivity among other concerns, such as shortage of skilled labor, would be a constraining factor for growth. With our existing level of productivity, our growth path can be defined as between 1% and 2% on average. If we were to secure a level of productivity to the point where we are able to spend the full capital budget and implement projects as scheduled, we could move our growth pathway to 3 to 4% conservatively over the next 5 years. This would mean a doubling of the rate of project delivery, which means getting better roads, water, hospitals, buses, garbage collection to the people than we are currently doing at the current rate. We knew that if we are to effectively deal with the productivity issue, we must address wages. Everyone knows that Jamaica has long been trapped in a vicious cycle of low wage, leading to low output, leading to low growth economy, which can only sustain low wages. You see that vicious cycle. Low wage, low output, low growth can only sustain low wages. The constant struggle of public sector workers is to bring their wages into reasonable alignment with market compensation and keep a pace with inflation. In the mid-90s, there was an agreement to move public sector workers to 80% of market. In the early 2000s, the government of the day implemented 2 tranches, that is in 2002, implemented 2 tranches of the salary increase for central government workers, including parliamentarians. 100% increase and another percentage at the time. But then had to suspend further increases and in fact implemented a wage freeze shortly thereafter in 2004. In 2008, the Bruce Golding administration brought teachers up to 80% of market and gave increases to some other sectors of workers. By 2010, a wage freeze had to be in effect. And by 2013, another wage freeze was put into effect, which lasted up to 2015, I believe. None of the attempts at aligning public sector wages to market treated with the entire public sector at once, and none of them were sustainable. In fact, the history of compensation adjustment is that rounds of adjustments were followed by rounds of high inflation, financial crises, and implementation of wage freezes, which ultimately made public sector salaries uncompetitive. That's our history. As I say, I just tell it as it is. I'm giving you the facts. We understand that to build a partnership for increased productivity with public sector workers, our government must make significant allocations to reasonably align their wages to market without creating a fiscal crisis. That's what we have to do. For decades, this was something that every administration would have liked to do. They would have liked to have done it. But they never really had the courage, they never really had the wherewithal and the economic conditions to do it. This administration has finally done it in a comprehensive way. That is not to say that everything is now perfect. No, this is not what we're saying. But when you take on such a massive exercise, you have to be prepared that there will be issues. There will be anomalies that arise affecting certain individuals or certain groups. Now, I understand the frustration that can be generated when sometimes there is miscommunication, misunderstanding, or slow responses between the Ministry of Finance and bargaining groups. This should not, however, take away from this major accomplishment. The workers and the country should know that work to complete the adjustment program and implement the other elements of the compensation review continues. It is a work in progress. And the government is committed to resolving all the anomalies. We are committed. Madam Speaker, I want the country to understand the magnitude of the investment of the government in our public service. The graph now being displayed on the screen shows a total public sector wage bill from 1988-1999 financial year to 2024-2025, the budgeted financial year. You can see the increase in wages. What stands out, Madam Speaker, the graph shows that the wage bill over 22 years from 1999, 2000 to 2021, 2022, basically followed a trend line, which is the red dotted line. If we now compare the actual amounts paid for 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024, and the budgeted amounts for 2024, 2025, we see that they are significantly higher than the trend line. So what you see there is you can say we're not doing. You can try to twist it and turn it and try to sell it. But the facts are there. The compensation review was carried out over 3 years, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. So the full impact of the restructuring is reflected in the budget for 2024, 2025. The total wage bill for 2021, 2022, which was before the restructuring exercise, was $241.75 billion. The total wage bill budgeted for 2024, 2025 is $442.05 billion. That is a significant increase of $200 billion or 83% in favor of public sector workers. The effect of this is not only the immediate change in remuneration, but the restructured salaries create a larger base for pensions for public sector workers when they retire. The conversation currently going on doesn't take into account the better position that our public sector workers will be with a totally higher level of pension when they retire. Having increased the level of salaries, Madam Speaker, we must protect this new level from high inflation. Having made the adjustment, government policy must protect it. Because ultimately, that is what the public sector workers want. That's what every worker wants. They want their salary to be protected from inflation. It is a difficult balancing act because there are pressures that sometimes are forcing you to do things that could be inflationary. So government have to have, the discretion of Solomon, the wisdom of Solomon to manage this. But I want to say to public sector workers, we understand the issues and we are doing all that we can to ensure that we meet your expectations without creating frustration and disappointment in the future. As I've said, whenever we give increases in the past, almost a year or two later, there is a financial crisis. We have to go back into wage freeze. Let's do it in a sustainable way. That is what we want to do. Let's do it in a sustainable way. So having increased the level of salary, we must now protect this new level of salary from inflation. While our inflation targeting policy is working, the greatest protection against inflation is increased productivity, which translates into greater output, greater growth, greater revenues, which can sustain higher wages, which lead to greater productivity. Every worker on a personal level should embrace the virtuous cycle of productivity and see increasing productivity as being in their own best interest to protect the value of their current income and secure future increases. So this is the virtuous cycle that we want to create, and we want a partnership with our public sector workers in creating this virtuous cycle of increasing output, which increases growth, which increases the ability of government revenues to sustain higher wage levels. And higher wage levels generate their own productivity, which again generates more growth, and that virtuous cycle continues. And that is what we are asking all our public sector workers to buy into. It is in your best interest, it is in the country's best interest for us to have this partnership for productivity. I know whenever the issue of productivity is raised, there is a tendency to want to blame or highlight shortcomings of the workers. Indeed, I'd raised the subject before, and somebody called me and said, Prime Minister, I don't want you to touch that subject because it's going to look like you blame the workers. Indeed, that is how the conversation has gone historically in Jamaica. When we talk about productivity, we never really talk about total factor productivity. We always talk about worker productivity. I want to change that, Madam Speaker. I want to shift Jamaica into a new mindset and a new consciousness around productivity. While there are issues, I know that when the Jamaican worker is motivated and the industrial relations atmosphere is copacetic, you will not find a more industrious and committed worker than our Jamaican. Labor, however, is only one factor in the productivity equation. While we want workers to be independently responsible for their productivity, management has an indispensable role in restructuring the work environment to enable workers to give of their best. This is why performance management is such an important part of the compensation restructuring exercise. We must restructure work, re-engineer processes, and introduce systems and technology to empower the worker to be innovative, to work smarter, to measure their output, and we must reward them for their efforts. We want to build a new public sector bureaucracy that can adequately serve the Jamaican people, that can adequately serve the new version of Jamaica that is emerging. A public sector in which the worker can feel that the compensable elements of their job reasonably and dynamically approximate market alignment, and that the value of their compensation will keep pace with inflation. In addition, we want to encourage a new dominant mindset where the public sector worker embraces performance and productivity management systems and sees their efforts as not only the basis for reward, but their contribution to building a growing, prosperous, and fair economy. I want every public sector worker to feel that in doing their job faster and better, it will increase growth and they will share equitably in that growth. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is rapidly building out our rules-based institutions. This has created a complex web of laws, regulations, policies, circulars, and guidelines which can slow down, if not paralyze, the government. You know, Madam Speaker, several years ago, when I used to visit the lunchroom downstairs, a member from that side, who was then a minister, said this very thing to me. I have never forgotten it. I have written it down, and I've used it several times. In effect, these are not my words. These are words that were said to me by a member, a former member, not in the House anymore, a former member on that side. Because it is, there may be the belief that there is some political bias in the public sector. The issues for the public sector are structural. They are structural issues. And when we seek to correct them, you can't go with a political lens. We have to look at the real root causes of the problem, because the problem affects whoever is the government. Because I have heard that side complain as well about the structure of the public service. So we complain about it, but we are the ones with the authority to do something about it. And so if we have the authority, let's use it. And that is what I am doing. You can't quarrel with me that I'm not doing anything. You can quarrel.
They dreamed of the freedom to roam state to state, and saving with bread got them an awesome rate. Heard
of MDAs to reform the system and processes. The Minister of Finance and the Public Service outlined some changes to the procurement process, streamlining of the existing public investment appraisal process to increase speed and efficiency while preserving accountability and probity will also be necessary. The tortuous and lengthy process to repair the Troy Bridge makes the case for the urgent need for review and reform. The bridge collapsed in August 2021 during the passage of Tropical Storm Grace. The bridge, which was built in 1869, served residents of Trelawney, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth, including students of the nearby Troy High and Troy Primary School. The bridge represents critical infrastructure for the residents, and there is unanimity that the bridge must be replaced. Under the current public investment management guidelines, however, the project is required to go through a full public investment appraisal process. This is even before we get to procurement. This has resulted in significant delays in implementations. However, today, I can finally announce that a contract has been awarded and work will begin early in this first quarter of the coming financial year. Madam Speaker, this administration is pursuing productivity gains through digital transformation of government services. The National Identification System project has been very integral to building out the underlying public key infrastructure to support secure online services. The NIDS project has supported the rollout of the e-passport. Many people didn't know that. And the electronic immigration gates, which are now fully operational at the Sangster International Airport, and has assisted greatly in speeding up passenger flow through those airports. The e-gates are now being tested in the Norman Manley International Airport. The NIDS project made all of that possible. The regulations pursuant to the National Identification and Registration Act are ready, and will be taken to Parliament for consideration next month. The Board of the National Identification and Registration Authority, NERA, chaired by the Honorable Custos Conrad Pitkin, is in place to oversee the operations of the National Identification System. So we are well now advanced in implementing NIDS. Madam Speaker, to roll out the national ID, 23 post offices across Jamaica will be renovated and used as NIDS enrollment sites. The procurement process for 8 of these, Montego Bay, Black River, Maypen, Santa Cruz, Falmouth, St. Anne's Bay, and Ocherius, and Mandeville, has been completed and work will begin shortly. The renovated post offices will double as digital service points, which will become dedicated areas for people to receive help and to have access to digital services free of charge. So, what came out of our surveys in the implementation of NIDS is that there is some fear that people have of the term digital. And a part of it is they don't understand it, they are not native to it. But what we do find, and we saw this during COVID, is that once they get used to it, you can't get them off the phone. Particularly our elderly. Once they get accustomed to it, it is something that is fascinating to them, and they use it quite consistently. So, Madam Speaker, the strategy is that we're going to be bringing digital services to the people, and we're going to help them to be able to articulate and maneuver in the digital world. So instead of having the post office being about paper, the post office will now become a digital service center. So you will go and register for this, but you will learn here about the digital world. The NIDS project, in conjunction with the Registrar General Department, have digitally scanned and stored 1.4 million civil registration documents. At the end of this exercise, we would have scanned 2.246 million birth, death, marriage, adoption, and deed of poll records, thereby creating a database of documents that would not require physical retrieval and enable several online services. So we are moving the RGD totally online, totally digital with its services. Madam Speaker, a functional Data Protection Act and operational body is a prerequisite for the rollout of the national ID. Last year, significant provisions of the Data Protection Act came into force, including the requirement of data controllers to register. Data controllers are people who have custody and make decisions about the use of people's personal and private information. And they are now, under the law, required to register with the Office of the Information Commissioner. So the Office of the Information Commissioner has launched its official portal through which data controllers can register. We know that the new Data Protection Act requirements are a concern for many businesses, especially medium, small, and micro enterprises. Last year, we granted a further 6 months extension for data controllers to prepare for compliance with the provisions of the Act. We are now actively exploring how we can provide further time, especially for MSMEs. To this end, the Office of the Information Commissioner will be following general international best practices for adopting a strategic approach to the implementation of the Data Protection Act. Upon the end of the grace period in June 2024, the Office of the Information Commissioner will only commence registration with controllers in the following categories: ministries, departments, and agencies of government, high-risk sectors such as financial, health, education, tourism, and ICT services, other businesses that conduct data processing on a large scale or that have a significant risk of prejudice to a large number of data subjects, and data controllers who are required to appoint a data protection officer. The Office of the Information Commissioner will publish the categories of controllers who will be required to be registered at the end of the extension, and persons can liaise with the Office of the Information Commissioner to clarify whether or not they need to register in June. Madam Speaker, we believe this approach balances the rights and interests of the people without placing an unnecessary regulatory burden on small businesses. We are a listening government, and we are doing what we can to address the concerns raised by implementing the Data Protection Act in a strategic and responsible manner. Madam Speaker, I'll turn quickly to security. The multifaceted approach taken by the government, including social transformation initiatives, strategic investments in technology and infrastructure, and legislative changes, is paying dividends with a sharp reduction in major crimes, the country's lowest crime rate in 24 years. Jamaica recorded a 10% reduction in major crimes, murders, shooting, rapes, robberies, aggravated assaults, and break-ins in 2023 when compared to 2022, and the downward trend has continued in 2024. Notably, the number of active gangs in Jamaica is very important. The number of active gangs in Jamaica decreased by approximately 36% in 2023 to an estimated 176 gangs, down from an estimated 276 known gangs in 2018. That is a massive reduction. Former Commissioner of Police Major General Anderson can claim meaningful progress and success in the transformation of the JCF, in organizational leadership, structure, doctrine, and culture, infrastructure and technology, and in operational strategy and tactics. We are now beginning to see the positive impact of the transformed JCF as a force for good. Madam Speaker, let me express our appreciation and commendation to Major General Anderson for a career of effective leadership and sterling service to Jamaica's national security. I also welcome Dr. Kevin Blake, our new commissioner, and task him to continue the transformation of the JCF. Madam Speaker, the government continues to invest significantly in the transformation of the JCF. We continue to build out the human resources of the force to keep ahead of attrition and to be commensurate with the law and order challenge through a robust program of recruitment and training of over 2,000 officers, which puts the force almost at its full establishment. That's the first time in a long time. We are procuring an additional 280 cameras to be installed in downtown Kingston under the Jamaica Eye program. That will create a security blanket in that area. We are investing approximately $650 million in the JCF's mobile network and microwave data network to improve its communication infrastructure, increasing island-wide coverage from 67% now to 90% by 2028. We continue to upgrade and renew the JCF's fleet with the procurement of over 1,600 motor vehicles to date. 29 police facilities are slated for renovation this year, with investments amounting to approximately $460 million under the Project Rock initiative, which is aimed at converting all police stations into modern, citizen-friendly workplaces. It has never happened before, you know. We intend to start construction of the St. Catherine Northern Police Station, and we broke ground for the Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters last Friday. These, Madam Speaker, are massive investments. Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about the government's strategy for social intervention. I would say this, Madam Speaker. If an idea works, we will use it.
but we are not without our own ideas. And Madam Speaker, we went through a very strategic process of developing zones of special operations. And we have sustained those zones of special operations from 2017. I don't take away from the strategy that was employed by the opposition in their social intervention in crime-torn communities. You know, I actually did admire the citizen security strategy with the community. It's a basic, the community. Help me, Minister Chan. What was it? There's a basic needs. They had the inner city basic services. I thought that was a good strategy. I don't take away from the strategy. And so when we developed the zones of special operations, we did look at what strategies were employed in social intervention. And so many of those strategies are incorporated in the zones of special operations. And in fact, as I go through what the zones of special operations is doing, you will see how the social intervention is working. So, Madam Speaker, the government social intervention programs in communities affected by high crime rates is mainly effected through the Jamaica Social Investment Fund under the zones of special operations. These are designed to be long-term interventions that will focus on the improvement of amenities, infrastructure, and human resource development in designated communities. The physical and social transformation in many of these spaces is evident. I will just mention a few of them. We have rehabilitated just over 17.5 kilometers of roadways, and the build out of water and drainage infrastructure in Mount Salem, Denham Town, Greenwich Town, and August Town at a total cost of over 750 million Jamaican dollars. So just that alone, look, social intervention is important, but there's not just only one way of doing it. And what we try to do is to take the best elements of policies that have gone before and put them into new policies that can deliver even greater results. 7 primary schools in Denham Town, Greenwich Town, and Mount Salem have been rehabilitated at a cost of $138 million. 2 primary schools are currently being rehabilitated in August Town. 3 primary schools have also benefited from the creation of safe passages, which is important for students to traverse main corridors on their way to and from school. The creation and rehabilitation of 14 parks and green spaces. 289 micro-enterprises provided with critical equipment and tools, business development training, and business registration services. Madam Speaker, this government has probably the best working and consistent model of social intervention. The zones of special operation have yielded success in the reduction of murders in 7 of the designated communities, namely Mount Salem, Denham Town, Greenwich Town, August Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savannah Mar. These communities collectively recorded a 40% reduction in murders when compared to the pre-Zozo figures. Not to mention reductions in all other major crimes in those areas. And in some communities, the reduction is as low as 20%. So the effect of the zones of special operation is significant. So I want to dispel this falsehood about government social intervention. Now, there is one thing that we have to address where there is a policy difference between the government and the opposition, and that is the use of influential intervention. The proper term would be violence interrupters, right? Influential persons to interrupt violence. Now, I'm not closing the door on something like the Peace Management Initiative. I think it needs to be properly restructured, properly thought out. It has a place, and we will go back to the drawing board and see how we can bring it in. What we don't want is any legitimization of gang leaders to believe that they can pretend to be peacemakers, and then when they are in another space. So that's the only. So I think, Madam Speaker, if the opposition is strong on the point, we are willing to sit with them to work out how we can address that issue and restructure and reestablish the violence interrupters in a way that absolutely rejects criminals trying to parade as community leaders. Madam Speaker, I want to quickly deal with the environment. The world is facing a triple planetary crisis made up of climate change, that's one element of this triple crisis, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And in our country, mainly plastic pollution. I mean, I don't know if you are as disgusted as I am to drive on our roads or look in our rivers and gullies and to go to even some pristine beaches and see plastic. It is a real challenge. Jamaica is not immune to any element of this crisis. This is why the government has pursued a progressive green agenda. Though our suite of policies and legislative actions have been acknowledged both locally and internationally, we continue to work diligently to ensure that our governance framework is fit for purpose to deal with the environmental and climatic challenges we face while also creating an enabling investment environment. Madam Speaker, planning, which facilitates orderly development, is a critical pillar to sound environmental management. Last year, you'll recall that we confirmed the Kingston and St. Andrew Pedro Keys development order. We are actively working to complete the parish development orders for St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, and St. James. I'm happy to report the promulgation of the Portmore confirmed development order. I'm also happy to report that NEPA has completed the master plans for Constant Spring, Halfway Tree, and Negril. Madam Speaker, I want to say a few words on beach access. Coming to that. I'm pleased to report that the beach access and management policy is complete and will be tabled at the next sitting of the House. The policy seeks to ensure Jamaica's beaches are preserved and sustainably managed to present and sustainably managed for present and future generations. And the provision, Madam Speaker, is made for Jamaicans to be able to access their beaches. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the government will be upgrading a number of beaches across the island for public access. You know, Madam Speaker, I've listened very carefully to the debate around beach access. I've had to do it because the policy falls under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And we have spent a lot of time going through the policy because the issues are fundamental. We are dealing with the rights of the people. We are dealing with people's prescriptive rights. We're dealing with property rights. We're dealing with people's right to enjoy their environment. And we have to go through all of them carefully. But one thing must be sure, we must be certain, and we must be unequivocal. Jamaicans are entitled to access their beaches.
Absolutely.
one thing we know, Madam Speaker, there is one thing to speak about access. There is another thing, Madam Speaker, to actually
Do it.
enable access. So we believe everybody must have access, but we go a step further. Madam Speaker, I am happy to announce that the government will be upgrading a number of beaches across the island for public access. The existing Fantasy Beach Park in Priory St. Anne will be developed into a parish beach park, similar to the Harmony Park.
Sometimes in business, it's like you can't move your legs fast enough. It is literally like you're in a load of honey.
Stone Beach Park in Portland. And we will do a major beach park in Negril. So others talk about beach access. We actually give people beach that they can access. Yeah. They give you the words, we give you the beach. And we have never sold a beach. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is on the front line of the changing climate and shifting weather patterns. We have already seen the impacts of coastal communities with rising sea levels causing erosion, salt water intrusion in our water supply, and deteriorating soil quality. We are particularly vulnerable because 70% of Jamaica's population lives within 5 kilometers of the sea. Coastal assessments and hazard maps have been completed for 8 priority coastal areas. We have already successfully implemented the 1.3 billion Port Royal street revetment that protects 1 kilometer of shoreline and the adjacent economic assets, transport routes, and communities in downtown Kingston. In the coming year, the budget includes funding for a revetment at Buff Bay in Portland and shoreline protection at Anato Bay in St. Mary. We are building financial buffers to strengthen our resilience to climate-related shocks. This is why Jamaica has engaged the IMF with the Resilience and Sustainability Fund, in addition to an emergency line of credit for climatic shocks. We will also renew the catastrophe bond to guard against catastrophic weather events. Madam Speaker, this is an innovation that Jamaica is championing globally. Other countries are looking at Jamaica as the example of how to plan for shocks and make fiscal buffers and provisions. Madam Speaker, the global community has an established structure for how it makes climate finance available to developing countries. Jamaica continues to call for reform. However, it is using the existing structures to enable access to finance for decarbonization and adaptation. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that the our Development Bank of Jamaica has been accredited by the Green Climate Fund as a national direct access entity that allows for application and implementation of large climate projects of over US $250 million. This accreditation is the largest received for any national entity within the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, that the Climate Fund can look at our little Jamaica, our little development bank, and say, you guys have done so well. We can put money with you. That's a big endorsed. As I said earlier, we are not all satisfied with the heavy bureaucratic process. But you know what, Madam Speaker? We have complied with it. We have demonstrated that we have the capacity to comply, and that is the reward for developing that capacity. So yes, it is a torturous process, but once you have developed that capacity, at the end of it, you will get the rewards. Madam Speaker, one of the most, and what it means is that we now need to actually develop the capacity to develop the projects to benefit from the funding. That's the next step now, because the government will develop projects, and I'm sure other entities will develop projects, but these projects have to be at a very high standard. And so we have to develop that capacity now. And I'm sure that we will do it. So you're going to see more expenditure within our economy that is climate related. And that's a good thing. So excellent. Madam Speaker, one of the most significant steps that can be taken to halt the reverse of biodiversity loss, to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, is the protection of both 30% of our terrestrial landmass and territorial waters. The 30 by 30 target was established in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework adopted in December 2022. Jamaica is well poised to complete declarations facilitating legal protection of more than 30% of our landmass by 2025, as we are currently at approximately 25%. This has been made possible by the declaration last year of the Black River and Pedro Keys protected areas, both declared under the NRCA Act. I'm happy to announce that today I will table Jamaica's Omnibus Protected Areas Green Policy Paper. Madam Speaker, and you have them there. Madam Speaker, in the coming fiscal year, we will complete declarations of protection under the NRCA Act for the following 5 areas: Canoe Valley, which borders Manchester and Clarendon; Montpelier in St. James; Long Mountain, St. Andrew; Industry Cove, Hanover; and Bengal, St. Anne. Madam Speaker, all of the areas identified were designated as ecologically sensitive areas during my last presentation in the budget debate. Additionally, your government will declare 23 parcels of Crown land as forest reserves or forest management areas under the Forestry Act in 2024-2025. Madam Speaker, it is also to be noted that we completed our protected regulations in this fiscal year, solidifying the framework to be used for management of these areas. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining to increase the island's network of fish sanctuaries by expanding existing ones and establishing new sanctuaries under the Fisheries Act. We will also pursue amendments for the marine park regulations to simplify the administration of user fees. In response to the increasing challenges posed to the island's natural waterways, the government will commence work on the development of a national wetlands and freshwater policy for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the issue of pollution is complex. Our economic and social activities generate waste, whether solid, liquid, or air pollutants. Though we cannot dive into each of these today, there are 2 areas where I will highlight some steps being taken to reduce pollution in Jamaica. First, the issue of plastics within our waste stream. Madam Speaker, in 2019 and 2020, Jamaica led the region with the first phases of a ban on specific types of single-use plastics. Jamaica is happy with the progress of the International Negotiating Committee to develop a global plastic treaty. We are, however, working to ensure that when this treaty is finalized, Jamaica is well ahead of its target and requirements. As such, allow me to highlight the suite of measures that will be taken in the coming financial year. Jamaica will complete its national policy on the environmentally sound management of single-use plastics. We will this year begin a separate waste. Sorry, let me repeat this. This year, we will begin the separation of waste, in particular plastic waste, at all government facilities nationally. Jamaica will also enter phase 4 of the ban on some plastic materials on June 1 of this year. This phase will include a ban on the manufacture, import, and distribution of single-use plastic lunchboxes and on personal care products using microplastics. Madam Speaker, invariably, when the issue of a plastic ban is raised, the natural question is, what are we going to do about plastic bottles? Prior to the pandemic, approximately 7% of all plastic bottles were being collected. The percentage has increased significantly to 30%. In 2023, 278 million bottles were collected. 5 years ago, it was only 60 million. We will continue to work with the National Solid Waste Management Authority and recycling partners of Jamaica to ramp up collection for recycling. And later on in the presentation, I will make an announcement about another strategy which we will put in place to truly deal with plastics. Madam Speaker, it is well known that the fines in both the NRCA Act and the Wildlife Protection Act do not function as sufficient deterrent to polluters, and in some cases, rogue developers. This is why your government will be tabling for debate amendments to raise the fines in both pieces of legislation from a 50,000 ceiling under the NRCA Act and a 1.5 million ceiling under the Wildlife Protection Act to a 5 million ceiling in both pieces of legislation for individuals, but $10 million for corporate bodies. That's a substantial increase. Madam Speaker, the relationship between sound environmental management and the health and resilience of our water supply is obvious. So today, I'm happy to table Jamaica's new watershed policy. Madam Speaker, I want to say a few words on Rio Cobre. Yes. Mr. Speaker. I want to say a few words on Rio Cobre. I've given instructions to NEPA to start developing a policy, that would see the banning of any waste or effluent being discharged into the Rio Cobre. No, so Madam Speaker, there are, Mr. Speaker, forgive me. There are some factories and operations which do have authority, permit, and permission to discharge. What we're looking for is to prevent any discharge into the Rio Cobre. And it's not something that you could do overnight, because along the banks of the Rio Cobre are many establishments which have been there for years and which have predated many of our legislation. So the process of consultation has started. It is imperative that this be done, Mr. Speaker, because, as I will say later in my presentation, we have put in place a new water treatment facility, and therefore we must protect that body of water. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to education and skills. We can all agree that education is a key enabler of a productive and caring economy. Our growth trajectory is limited by the level of our human resource development. There is no doubt that our education system produces some of the brightest minds, pro-social, pro-growth, emotionally intelligent, and skilled citizens worker. The problem is that the education system is not even and consistent across the society in creating the human resources necessary to enable Jamaica to move to a higher growth trajectory. And the problem is exacerbated by a significant percentage of our best trained human resources migrating to build other economies. It is easy to make the observation that Jamaica has a low wage economy. The more difficult question is, how do we attract higher paying jobs? That's the real question. A part of the answer to this question is that we need to increase the level of socio-emotional intelligence throughout our society. And we must increase the level of market-aligned skills our workers possess. If every child leaving primary school was to be certified literate and numerate at the highest level, able to control their behavior, think critically and problem solve, and had a positive attitude towards society and authority, and if those children went on to secondary education and further enhanced those fundamental characteristics with functional skills and competencies in areas that support market demands, if they develop the confidence to be innovative and the freedom of thought to be creative, with a sense of social responsibility and good citizenship, Jamaica would have a different look and feel. And we would be able to attract and sustain higher order industries and jobs on a wider scale. This is why we undertook a review of the education and training system to inform our plans to transform it. The transformation of the education system is underway. An implementation plan has been broken down into 365 recommendations under the Pattison Report in short, medium, and long-term initiatives that span several pillars: governance and accountability, early childhood development, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training, tertiary sector, TVET in Jamaica, infrastructure and technology, and finance. Madam Speaker, I want all stakeholders to appreciate that transformation of the education system is a massive undertaking. The system comprises 1,010 public schools, 2,400 early childhood institutions, 500 prep and private schools, 21 tertiary institutions, 600,000 students, 25,000 teachers, and more. There have been several attempts at transformation over the years with varying degrees of success. We have learned from these past efforts. The comprehensive transformation that we are all seeking is going to take time, and we are proceeding in a structured and sustainable way. The Independent Education Transformation Oversight Committee, which was established to monitor, oversee, and report to the public on the progress of the implementation report, last week reported that of the 101 recommendations that were targeted for implementation to date, 97 of them are on track. Madam Speaker, this administration is very serious about giving our students the opportunity to access higher education and skills as we seek to move from a low-wage economy to a high productivity economy. In addition to the removal of the guarantor requirement for student loans, the government will make available through the Ministry of Education $200 million to provide tuition support for at least 1,000 students who show that they are in good academic standing with their tertiary institution, but are in need of financial support. See, we care for the people. This support will be administered through the Ministry of Education in conjunction with the CDF, where each constituency will be allocated approximately $3 million, and each beneficiary can get a maximum grant of $200,000. Madam Speaker, I now turn our focus on Heart Trust NSTA. The Heart Trust was conceptualized by the Most Honorable Edward Seaga in 1982 with the mission to reduce unemployment and create a dynamic and skilled labor force in Jamaica. Even though unemployment today is at a record low of 4.2%, the mission remains as relevant today as it was in 1982. Madam Speaker, for the first time in our independent history, we face a new challenge. On the one hand, we have a myriad of business leaders speaking to the shortage of labor in growing sectors of the economy. On the other hand, we have too many persons across the length and breadth of Jamaica who are not sufficiently engaged in meaningful work. For the first time in our independent history, we can say to every Jamaican youth, if you are willing to work and acquire a skill, there is a job for you. When we say every youth is a star, that is not a pipe dream in Jamaica today. It can truly be achieved. The Heart Trust has a pivotal role to play in this. Madam Speaker, we are revitalizing and re-energizing Heart, and we are putting the heart back in Heart. Madam Speaker, last year I announced the Learning and Investment for Transformation LIFT program designed to provide secondary school leavers with structured assimilation into the workplace. I'm pleased to report that 506 participants from the first cycle of the program have been placed in public and private sector organizations across. They are currently developing on-the-job skills while earning a monthly income of $85,000 with $15,000 reserved as compulsory saving that will be released at the end of year one of job placement. The trainees under the LIFT program come with a fairly high level of secondary level certification, but they lack work experience. The LIFT program is designed to improve their work readiness and prepare them for high-functioning jobs. An important component of the LIFT program is that the enrollees are assisted with social mobility documents. They will get their TRN, their passports, their NIS, and bank accounts will be open for them, and they get their driver's license. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to acknowledge one of our LIFT students in the gallery. As you know, the LIFT participants are taken from all 63 constituencies, and the program was oversubscribed. With us today is Akila Simpson, who is from my constituency. I don't know if any other LIFT student is here. I gather that our LIFT student is from the constituency of the leader of the opposition. We're very grateful. Yes, you would have submitted the bill. Yes, yes. It's very important, and I just depart from my script here just for a minute, because there's usually great criticism when benefits are directed through MPs. I find, however, that when it is done in conjunction with an entity and with the CDF, that the geographic spread of the benefit is much better. I don't want to in any way suggest that MPs can replace the central government in the distribution of welfare. But there are some projects where the MPs
I'm Jared Blakely from Blakely Law Firm, and I'm here to tell you about a concerning problem that is occurring all over South Florida. Car accident injury victims are being contacted right after their accident by criminals.
I find that sometimes the MPs are also very good motivators because the entities oftentimes need somebody to intervene when there is a problem. So sometimes someone may apply for a benefit, they get the benefit, but then they stop coming. Who do you call to get them to come back? It's usually good when your member of parliament can get in touch and say, no man, I got you. So, Madam Speaker, Akila, I'm certain, is now learning to drive. And she will get her driver's license. The program has been a success, and we are getting ready for another intake under the program. We empower our youth and let them know you can do it. Yes. You can do it. Alric is also here from the leader of the opposition's constituency. Alric, I'm certain you're also learning to drive. Yes. Very good. No, and so I just wanted to, I want to thank Alric and Akila for coming to the presentation today. Sometimes when we announce these programs, the public listening can't identify with it. They think it's just an announcement, it's not real. But these programs are real. These are real people. So we're very happy that you have come to show the public that, yes, these are real people. When I say 506, there are 506 of Alric and Akila who are here. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that more than 120,000 trainees have enrolled in HART since the removal of fees. Using Statin's October 2023 figures, our labor force stands at 1,377,600 out of a working age population of 14 years or older of 2.1 million. This gives a relatively large labor force participation rate of 65%. It's a very important figure because the labor participation rate is the percentage of the working age, well, the percentage of the labor force relative to the working age population. So 65% of our working age population is in the labor force. The last figures I looked at for a comparative economy like Trinidad was about 60%. United States, maybe a little bit lower, maybe at about 60, 62, 63%. But our labor participation rate is actually very high and is inching up. Madam Speaker, there are 724,600 persons. And even though these numbers seem fairly precise, the methodology yields these numbers, but they are estimates. So there are 724,600 persons, 14 years and older, who are not in the labor force. Meaning, these are persons who are registered in schools or training institutions, retired and elderly persons, persons taking care of their households and families, and persons who, for other reasons, are not available for work, such as persons who are incarcerated or disabled, and persons who have not made themselves available, who say, I am not going to work. It should be noted that 95.8% of the labor force, or 1.32 million persons, are employed. Think about it. 95.8% of everyone who is able, capable, and seeking a job is in a job. If you look at it from that perspective, you begin to understand the problem that the country faces. If the economy grows and job opportunities open up, where are we going to get the people from? So remember now, we have 724,000 persons outside the labor force. We have 4.2% who are unemployed, which represents 57,300 persons unemployed. Now, the member from St. Andrew South said, we must never contemplate importation of labor. Yeah, you said that, and I agree with you. I think we should do everything in our power right now to get all our youngsters, everyone who is available. We must get all of them, every one of them. We must get them into our labor force. We have too many of them. Too many. So, Madam Speaker, in any economy, there is always a base level of unemployment due to structural changes in the economy. Businesses go out of operations, particular skills become obsolete, and workers are out of job while they retool, and new businesses come into operation. But there is also frictional unemployment, where the worker voluntarily changes job, and there is a lag between leaving one job and finding another. In addition to ensuring that labor is trained and constantly upskilled in relevant areas aligned to the market demand, in this era of virtual full employment, so that is where we are now. We don't say it, but technically that's where we are. Full employment. HEART must play the leading role in attracting persons into the workforce. As I travel across Jamaica, I come upon many young persons who should be working, who say they want to work. Some say they have certification. Some say they have skills, but they can't find a job. The youth that is 14 to 24, the youth unemployment rate in October 2023 was 12.6%, or 26,000 persons. So if you think about it strategically, if we're going to find new people to put in the labor force to get into jobs, we already have 26,000 persons that HEART needs to focus on to get them ready, to get them skilled, and to pair them with a job. So strategically, from a policy perspective, what we are going to do, right, is to focus on this area. We must find these young people and not so young people. We must find them where they are, and we must develop programs to increase their employability. So in the short term, yes, we're going to try looking for jobs, but they can't find jobs because they are youthful obviously they may not have skills and they don't have experience, and they may not have a work-ready attitude. And so we're going to target HEART into that area. So this year, the HEART NSDA Trust will introduce the Community Action for Rewarding Engagement initiative called, what does that spell? That's the CARE initiative, to reach every young man and woman who is not working and is not enrolled in a training program. HEART will be proactive in finding you and bringing you to the well of training. If our economy is to grow, we need every able-bodied man and woman who is able and capable of working to join the labor force. The CARE initiative will be activated in all 63 constituencies. Each member of parliament will be asked to identify 30 young persons from their constituency using predetermined selection parameters set by the program. A specialized team in HEART will go to their houses or meet them on the corner if necessary to engage with them and enroll them into the program that will enhance their employability. Madam Speaker, as I travel across Jamaica and I speak to our young people, they tell me that making HEART free of tuition is great, but some of them struggle to find money for transportation and to buy lunch. They say, Prime Minister, I want to come and do the training, but I don't have the bus fare. I want to get a skill, but I won't be able to buy lunch when I go to the training center. This is a dilemma. And this is why we have decided that every student enrolled in HEART under the new CARE initiative will receive a monthly transportation stipend of $15,000 to offset transportation costs to the HEART institutions in which they will be enrolled. The grant will be tied to their attendance, obviously, and we will go even further. All trainees under the CARE program will receive an additional stipend of $13,000 per week for the duration of the training. For some persons who will reach through this program, extensive training may not be required. A lot of them that I have met, they tell me they have certificates, they are a welder, they are this, they are that. But you realize that in speaking to them, what may have been the challenge? Because I tell you, they go to interviews, there might be the challenge of the work ethic, the challenge of the interpersonal skills, the work readiness, and the workplace ethic skills. Those are things that we may have to work on. So the program may not necessarily have to cater to intensive training, but more work readiness skills. And if that is the case, this will also be done quite easily. So this will do job placement, mentorship, and career guidance where necessary. We recognize the urgent nature of the problem of shortage of skilled labor. I would go as far to say that it is now a national emergency. We need to do everything possible, including moral suasion and incentivization, to bring more Jamaicans back into the labor force. In this regard, though HEART must lead the effort, it cannot do it alone. HEART will partner with well-structured and accountable entities on initiatives to attract and train more Jamaicans to the workforce. HEART Trust is currently partnering with Project STAR. Let me repeat that. The HEART Trust is currently partnering with Project STAR, not outsourcing, partnering with Project STAR in 5 communities: Rose Gardens, Parade Gardens in downtown Kingston, Savannah Lamar in Westmoreland, Maypen West in Clarendon, and Salt Spring in St. James, to reach unemployed and unattached youth in these communities. Last year, I announced that HART will partner with the JDF to add a component to the Jamaica National Service Corps program to leverage the excellent training and character development capabilities of the JDF. This program is still in the planning phase, and we expect to begin rollout later in the coming financial year. The JNSC program continues to provide an avenue for Jamaica's youth to access regimented training, serve their country, and earn. Since the start of the program in June 2017, a total of 6,220 persons have been trained, 5,070 males and 1,150 females. To date, 4,259 candidates have transitioned to become full members of the JDF. Other participants in the program have been certified and prepared for the job market, where they are highly sought after by employees in the security and technical fields. Madam Speaker, one critical sector that has signaled their need for additional labor is construction. We have developed an accelerated apprenticeship program in partnership with some construction firms, which will involve a 3-month pre-apprenticeship period to develop employability skills, as well as technical competencies, a 7-month immersive training placement on the construction site for 4 days, and in the HART institution for 1 day, an on-the-job mentorship phase, and an assessment and certification following 7 months of on-the-job exposure. This creative approach will make the training in construction more aligned to industry needs, and we will be able to put persons to work in a shorter time frame. Madam Speaker, and this is another partnership that we are pursuing. Madam Speaker, this administration believes in economic independence and self-empowerment. Not every young person will be an employee. We need more self-employed. We need more young entrepreneurs. Having removed tuition fees for all HART programs up to level 4, this year we're building on that. Starting April 1, 2024, every successful graduate of a level 4 trade program will receive a grant of $50,000 to help them acquire the tools of their trade and to step up to the next stage of their career. For those who are on path or wards of the state, this grant will be increased to $75,000. Additionally, starting next financial year, the HART NSTA Trust will open a special grant facility of up to $100,000 for HART certified trainees who have registered a trade or business that has been operating for more than a year. The beneficiaries will also be assisted in refining their business plans, executing marketing activities, further capacity building, and other forms of technical support. Madam Speaker, while we are on the subject of supporting graduate trainees, I would also like to mention that the Development Bank of Jamaica has introduced the trade person tool, the trade person opportunity ownership loan. That spells tool. Interesting. The trade person ownership opportunity loan, which will be launched in June 2024. Under the tool program, loans will be offered to small contractors through the DBJ with partnership institutions at an interest rate of 9% for up to 24 months, and will provide up to $500,000 per applicant to assist with acquiring tools or upgrading tools of their trade. So technically, Madam Speaker, a graduate could get 50,000 grant and then go to DBJ and get another loan for 500,000 to buy the tools necessary to start off their business. These grants and technical assistance are a deliberate effort to provide our trainees and small businesses with meaningful support to increase their productivity and grow their businesses. Madam Speaker, this year the Heart Trust will launch the Skills on Demand portal, which will connect skilled professionals with potential employers and clients. If you need a plumber to fix a leak at your house, you will be able to go on the Skills on Demand portal and identify plumbing professionals who have registered and who have been verified as having training and certification from Heart. Skilled professionals will be able to advertise their skills, their previous employers' ratings, and their current location to potential employers and clients. Potential employers and clients will benefit from access to an array of talent that has been verified, and they will have the ability to post specific job openings to individuals with required skills. Madam Speaker, we are a listening government, we are a learning government, and we are a caring and responsive government. We have listened to our young people, we have listened to businesses who are clamoring for trained workers, and we are responding. We believe that by training and upskilling our workforce, we can break the vicious cycle of the low-wage economy. A skilled workforce is an attraction in itself for investments and location of high productivity jobs. Labor will drive growth and create a virtuous cycle of productivity and prosperity. Labor will drive growth and create a virtuous cycle of productivity and prosperity. Madam Speaker, I now turn attention to the build-out of Jamaica's road infrastructure. The vision of a more seamless, connected Jamaica is taking place. The Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the largest integrated road infrastructure project ever undertaken in Jamaica. The Harbour View to Yallah's Bridge leg of the highway was officially opened in February of this year. This impressive 17.4 kilometers of roadway has significantly reduced travel between Kingston and St. Thomas from 45 minutes to 15 minutes. Wow. If you talk about increasing productivity, along the roadway, there has been the installation of approximately 28 kilometers of water lines, 350 meters of sewer lines, and 17.8 meters of fiber optic ducts, benefiting some 348 properties. The government, Madam Speaker, we get things done. At the completion of the works on the stretch of road leading to Morant Bay, I intend to officially name the highway the Right Excellent Paul Bogle Highway in honor of our national hero who gave his life in the struggle against oppression and injustice in Jamaica. When the chapter of our history is written about St. Thomas, it will show that this administration has done the most for the people of St. Thomas. That we have brought roads, water, jobs, industries, and development to what is now being called the Renaissance Parish. The government is now focused on completing the Yallah's Bridge to Port Antonio and the Morant Bay to Cedar Valley legs of the highway, which will open up the corridor with water, broadband, and sewer lines in some areas. The government Madam Speaker, is now concentrating efforts on commencing the Port Antonio bypass project in the coming fiscal year. The bypass will unfold in 2 phases. The phase 1, which is from Norwich to Turtle Crawl Harbor, which is 7 kilometers, and phase 2 from Turtle Crawl Harbor to Boston Bay, 11 kilometers, aligning with the goals of the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. Currently, the government of Jamaica is exploring phase 1, estimated at approximately US $82 million, with a duration of 24 months, aiming to improve access to the growing town and to mitigate against coastal risks. Madam Speaker, the long-awaited Maypen to Williamsfield leg of the highway was opened in September 2023. This 27-kilometer stretch has not only slashed travel times from Maypen to Williamsfield to approximately 15 minutes, but has also ignited interest in development along its path. Private sector interest is growing in developing land along the corridor for housing and agriculture, and we're seeing great opportunities for economic growth. The security forces and the fire brigade have also welcomed this vital artery because it facilitates easier access to communities which were once difficult to police and give services. Moreover, the strengthened link between the Mandeville Regional Hospital and the University Hospital of the West Indies and the KPH in Kingston has reduced transportation times, saving precious lives. Madam Speaker, Trans-Jamaica Highway Limited, which operates the East-West Highway from Caymanas to Maypen under a concession agreement, has a right of first refusal to operate the new Maypen to Williamsfield Highway. The Trans-Jamaica Highway has exercised their right under the concession agreement by making an offer to the government of Jamaica. This offer is being evaluated by independent financial advisors and negotiations are ongoing. In order to facilitate conclusion of these negotiations, the toll period is being extended until July 1, 2024. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I noted last year that we would be moving further along the Williamsfield, Manchester to Hodges, St. Elizabeth corridor. This extension will also include a northern Mandeville bypass, a spur tree bypass, and I know a lot of people will be happy for that, a spur tree bypass, a Southfield bypass, and a Black River bypass. Value engineering exercises have been performed to reduce the project cost and at the same time increase its functionality. Madam Speaker, the residents of South St. Elizabeth will be part of the stakeholder consultation process to ensure their input is obtained and incorporated from the design stage to project delivery. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that the Montego Bay Perimeter Road is progressing steadily and is already 30% complete. As a reminder, the project includes the Montego Bay bypass itself, which will be 15 kilometers. I keep saying bypass, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, sorry, the Perimeter Road, because you can't really bypass Montego Bay. It's a perimeter road. The Long Hill bypass, 11 kilometers, and that is well needed. The current road is treacherous and in a really bad state. The Barnett Street and West Green Avenue road rehabilitation, and a comprehensive drainage study of the Montego Bay area.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I now turn to the North Coast Highway. The North Coast Highway public-private partnership will see the expansion of the North Coast Highway from Sea Castles in St. James to Marmy Bay in St. Anne from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. So that area of congestion which currently exists, the government is well advanced in its plans to deal with that area. As part of the due diligence process, a number of studies have been completed, including traffic studies, as well as environmental and social impact studies. The requisite documentation is now being compiled with an aim to launch the tender process in the 4th quarter of this calendar year. Madam Speaker, the old coastal towns of Lucy and Hopewell in Hanover did not benefit from modern urban planning. In fact, they both date back to hundreds of years ago, in a time when horse and buggy was the mode of transportation. Those roads are now a bottleneck. So the Lucy Hopewell bypass will be a 4-lane highway that will start at a grade-separated intersection along the new Long Hill bypass that is currently being constructed. The alignment will then traverse westwards for 30 kilometers with link roads to the main roads before and after the towns of Hopewell and before terminating on the west side of the town of Lucy. Madam Speaker, the KMA is an area of focus for the government. It's the area of largest population, it's the capital, it has the largest traffic flow. In 2024-2025, the government will look at improving the Washington Boulevard corridor, stretching from New Haven to Dunrabin. The NWA has been tasked with developing detailed engineering designs to enhance this corridor. The project scope encompasses not only traffic flow optimization, but also endeavors to elevate visual appeal, recognizing its pivotal role as a gateway into our capital city. Moreover, essential infrastructure installations such as water networks and fiber optic cabling will be facilitated to augment the services that are carried on that road. Madam Speaker, a year or so ago, I had made the commitment that we would upgrade Washington Boulevard. It's as it is now, it is not a good reflection on the entry into Kingston. And it is a very difficult piece of road to navigate. It really does need serious attention. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that work has actually started, if only the planning phase, on improving this corridor. Madam Speaker, I know Jamaicans are listening to my presentation with concerns about their community roads. The issue of roads is often a pain point with complaints of dodging potholes and having to replace front ends. Over the past few weeks on the campaign trail, one of the most frequent questions asked was, Prime Minister, where are you about the road? The point must be made that the deplorable state of our roads has not happened since 2016, and I must repeat that over and over and over. It is the result of decades of neglect and inadequate maintenance even before our independence. Today, there are 22,000 kilometers of roadways in Jamaica, and we estimate that roughly half of them are in a state of disrepair. Many politicians over the years have promised the people to fix their roads. Lest we forget, in 2002, a former minister of government promised that Jamaica would be pothole-free by 2003. My administration is not merely promising that we will fix your roads. We are today coming to the people of Jamaica with a multifaceted plan to focus resources on improving the state of local roads over the next 10 years of Jamaica's development. This will be one of the largest investments in roads from our capital expenditure that the country has ever seen. The government's multi-billion-dollar road improvement plan to address the country's road transportation network will be executed through two programs: the Special Capital Expenditure Program and the new Shared Prosperity through Accelerated Improvement to our Road Network, SPARK program. And you can thank the Minister of Finance for that acronym. We have commenced the first 6 CapEx projects targeting urban corridors in Kingston and Portmore. In December 2023, the dualization of Grange Lane, which connects Portmore to Spanish Town, commenced, and drainage and potable water pipeline works are underway. Yes. Madam Speaker, just to be clear, we are doing serious infrastructure work in Portmore, yes, to ensure that it has proper access and connectivity, because, Madam Speaker, Portmore will become the 15th parish. The remaining 5 projects are East Kings House, Lady Musgrave Road, Brayton, Helshaw Road, Arthur Wint Drive, Tom Redcombe Avenue, Camp Road, and, Madam Speaker, a new access to Portmore coming off the Mandela Highway will be built, and the Sandy Gully Bridge widening project are all expected to complete the procurement investment appraisal process during the first and third quarter of fiscal year 2024-2025 and head into procurement immediately thereafter. In the coming fiscal year, we will begin the rollout of the SPARK program, which is an allocation of over $40 billion over 2 years. Of the overall total of $40 billion, $20 billion has been earmarked for secondary, community, and parish council roads in every constituency. $20 billion will be allocated to constituencies as follows. Approximately half will be divided equally per constituency. That is $150 million per constituency. One year. The balance will be allocated to constituencies based on mileage of roads in each constituency, as well as the condition of the roads. The process will require mapping and on-the-ground assessment, as in some cases, Madam Speaker, the data on the roads do not exist. Madam Speaker, even with this massive allocation, we cannot fix all the roads at the same time. Therefore, the people will have an opportunity to express their views as to which roads get fixed first through a fair, transparent, and accountable process. It is imperative that the people, represented by their elected representative, their elected official, play a significant role in the identification and selection of roads. Instead of having people protesting and blocking roads, let's all come together in a democratic process to determine the priority for roads to be repaired. Madam Speaker, I have seen and I've heard that MPs have already started to submit their list of priority roads. I'm hearing that even some parish councils have started to prepare their list. Madam Speaker, let me be clear about the process. There must be divisional, meaning that for every constituency, the divisions must have a consultation, at least one, to have residents come together to look at the list of roads that affect them within their division that they would like to see repaired. So, Madam Speaker, the mandate of the Constituency Development Fund in fostering community empowerment and promoting socio-economic progress by allocating funds through elected MPs has the expertise to manage this consultation process. And Madam Speaker, I know that the process has started and that there are constituencies that are ready and lined up for consultations to begin. Madam Speaker, the Spark program is no small feat. More than 2,000 roads across Jamaica will be rehabilitated and modernized under this program. This is a major operation that will see more than just road improvements in communities. This program will see pavement resurfacing and rehabilitation, intersection improvement and strategic locations, sidewalk rehabilitation in the capitals and towns, retaining wall construction along critical corridors, drainage improvements, water line improvements as needed, and the laying of fiber optic ducts. Additionally, let me note that this government will not be doing what was done in the past, where roads are repaired and then they are disturbed to repair pipes and address water issues. Instead, we will be allocating an additional $5 billion as a contingency in the next budget to address road infrastructure where water and sewage repair are critical to the wider community, and the cost of such repairs would significantly deplete the allocation to the constituency. So there are some areas, Madam Speaker, where when you are going to repair the road, you may have to scarify the road. You may have to put heavy equipment on the road. Inevitably, pipes are going to collapse. There are some roads that you will have to repair because the damage that was done to the road was done by a sewer main that was broken. So if we have to repair those roads, then it makes sense that at the same time, we deal with the water issue and the sewer issue. However, Madam Speaker, we know that if you add water and sewer to it, it will substantially increase the cost of the road. And that is why we're making this additional allocation as a contingency in the next budget. So strategically, what you would want to do, members of parliament, is that those roads that you start the preparatory work on those, because those take much longer preparatory work in terms of engineering designs and all of that, and have those done in the next cycle. But do the other roads that don't require this kind of very extensive investment. So, Madam Speaker, the government will put to international tender. I want members to monitor, to pay attention to this part carefully. Madam Speaker, the government will put to international tender for enterprise-level contractors to undertake the works, which will be divided into 4 packages: north, south, east, and west. The relevant rate-based request for proposal documents have already been completed, and consultations with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Procurement Commission are ongoing to ensure the process, when launched, is seamless. Now, I use the term enterprise-level contractors. What do I mean? Enterprise-level contractors are expected to have the engineering, project management, and financial wherewithal necessary to execute a project of this size and nature. It should be understood by all that these enterprise-level contractors would find it necessary to subcontract or partner with smaller local contractors. So, Madam Speaker, what we are trying to do here is not to take away work from local contractors. What we're trying to do is to bring in and augment the technical, the financial, and the project management skills necessary to undertake this many roadworks all at once. What I hope will happen is that our local contractors will be able to upskill and be able in the future to take on these projects by themselves. And I know we have local contractors who are close to or at that level. So even though we have said, Madam Speaker, it is an international tender, I'm almost sure that some of our local contractors are also going to bid for some of the packages. Now, Madam Speaker, while we work to address decades of neglect on roads, we must at the same time design and implement a proper system of ongoing maintenance of our roads, including routine patching, sealing the roads, cleaning and bushing where necessary. We must never allow our infrastructure to degrade to this level again. I am pleased to announce that the government will be working towards the creation of a centralized national road registry, which will be a census of all existing roads in Jamaica. The registry will contain information on the geographic location and establishment of ownership of these roads, which will inform future maintenance activity. The Spatial Data Management Division of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will be critical in providing geospatial data on local roads to complete this database. This will be supported by on-the-ground site inspections. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you can see there, but the Data Management Division is presently going through each constituency and accurately mapping each road in the constituency. And this is my constituency being displayed. So I have a total of 39.16 kilometers of parochial roads. Which is why we have done it the way in which we have done it. We have done it in a fair way. So there's a
Metagenics soothes vaginal and urinary tract discomfort with Ultraflora Women's, a once daily
Speaker, Madam Speaker, every member of parliament and every councillor will get this data. So you will know what is your length of road. But this central registry is going to be constantly updated. So we're going to make it a digital registry where the public can have access. So you can upload what they call a geotag, for example, a pothole or some other hazard that exists on a road. So we will have a national database that is real time in telling us what is the status of roads. Madam Speaker, the public will be able to go on this central registry and they will see who is responsible for the road. Because sometimes you hear it's Parish Council Road and then another time you hear it's NWA Road and back and forth and back and forth. Madam Speaker, under the Spark project, we're going to be spending $40 billion in 2 years. It is clear, however, that for the next decade, there must be an elevated allocation towards road rehabilitation and maintenance if we are to bring our roadways to a reasonable standard of repair. Having now properly audited all our roads, we can now prepare a comprehensive maintenance and repair schedule to realistically inform the budgetary allocation necessary to improve our roads in a reasonable time frame. Madam Speaker, as we seek to upgrade road corridors, we recognize the ongoing need for waste management, debushing, and maintenance throughout the year. Jamaica is a naturally beautiful place. But our country is being uglified by plastic and other forms of waste on our roadways, in our gullies and drains.
Yes.
To this end, we will allocate 2.5 billion Jamaican dollars to clean major gullies and drains and roadways across Jamaica. An important component of this project, however, is that the persons employed to do the cleaning up must collect the plastics for recycling, for which they will receive further payment when it is sold to the recycling entities. I have a dialogue with the recycling partners of Jamaica, who have an amazing system of purchasing and recycling plastics. You would have heard how much plastic bottles have been collected since they have started increasing their operations. There are other entities who are purchasing plastics. In fact, the recycling partners have a very good system where they register their collectors and they are not paid in cash. They get a special card and their card is credited. So that's an existing system. So what we are doing, Madam Speaker, is we are incentivizing cleaning and beautification through recycling. What happens, Madam Speaker, and I've seen it before, we pay using the Christmas work, as we call it, the year-end beautification, and they bush the roads and they leave the plastics right there. It is even more disgusting because you are seeing it now right in front of you. So this is not just about bushing. What we want is for them to actually take out the plastics, put them in a proper bale. I believe if you have a 50-kilogram bale of plastics, you can have that purchased from you from one of the recycling companies. So Madam Speaker, it is an innovative way, I believe, of ensuring, Madam Speaker, that we have cleaning and beautification, but at the same time, recycling. So this $2.5 billion, I believe, Madam Speaker, will go a far way in cleaning up Jamaica. Madam Speaker, in 2024-2025, the government will prioritize 3 key bridge projects: the Troy Bridge, which I mentioned before, the Craig Mill Bridge, and the Spring Village Bridge. Madam Speaker, given the pressing threats posed by climate change, disaster mitigation must be prioritized. I am pleased to announce the allocation of $762 million for river training, drain and gully cleaning, and drain improvement initiatives. Madam Speaker, a quick note on the government's KMA fiber optics project. And that, Madam Speaker, has reached a critical milestone with the completion of 31,179 meters of trenching, ducting, and cabling. In February 2024, the project has achieved practical completion with 94% progress. Notably, this effort has linked crucial government entities, including eGov, Jamaica Limited, the National Works Agency, the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, and the Jamaica Urban Transit Company. The project demonstrates Jamaica's commitment to improving connectivity and enhancing the delivery of online public services. Madam Speaker, we are getting things done for all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, I want to now turn to water. And the water section, I must warn you, Madam Speaker, is extensive, because there's a lot of talk about the water situation. But it's important, Madam Speaker, that the country knows that the government is doing quite a bit for water. But such is the problem. The problem is that the problem has been so long in making, it is so extensive that even when we think we are doing a lot, it is still so much more to be done. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's ambition and commitment to providing all Jamaicans with potable water and sanitation are well articulated in Vision 2030. It is well known that Jamaica has underinvested in its water systems. Much of our infrastructure for potable water and sewage is either aged beyond its useful life or inadequate to serve communities which have grown beyond design capacity. This would also apply to our national irrigation systems. Your government has been investing at an unprecedented rate in these systems to reverse decades of neglect. I am happy to report that the National Water Commission, which was once considered a fiscal risk, will now, for the second year in a row, declare a surplus at the end of March 2024. Madam Speaker, this surplus should be thought of as growing water investment capacity instead of a profit. The sound fiscal management of the NWC has led to several major capital investments completed over the last 24 months. These projects have improved connectivity and reliability in our water distribution network, resulting in the improvement of service to over 350,000 Jamaicans. For the benefit of those in this honorable House and for those listening, the list of major projects that have been undertaken and completed and benefiting over 179,000 Jamaicans at a cost of $2.6 billion include, in St. Catherine, the Jericho Pipeline at a cost of $75 million, benefiting 3,000 people. Helsha Phase 3 Booster Station at a cost of $50 million, benefiting 2,000 persons. The Greater Portmore Wastewater Treatment Plant at a cost of $200 million, benefiting 100,000 people. The Pear Tree Grove Pipeline and solar panel installation at a cost of $15 million, benefiting 200,000 persons. The Watermount water supply line replacement at a cost of $25 million, benefiting 1,000 persons. In St. Elizabeth, Hopewell to Fort Charles at a cost of $51 million, benefiting 300 persons. 3,000 persons, forgive me. Old Pepper Bolton Steel Tank at a cost of $50 million, benefiting 3,000 persons. In St. James, the Rhine Park Water Supply System, $230 million, benefiting 6,000 persons. The Tarada Heights Storage Tank and the Cedar Hill Storage Tank. In Trelawney, there is a Martha Brae Intake Project of $220 million, benefiting 100,000 persons. In Hanover, there is a Merlin Otti Pipeline, $100 million, benefiting 3,000 persons. In Clarendon, we have the Mineral Heights Pipeline Replacement, the Mitchelltown Pipeline Replacement, the Yorktown Storage Tank Replacement Project, the Portland Cottage Rocky Point and Salt River Supply System, the Darlow Catchment Tank Rehabilitation Project, which is benefiting 650 persons at a cost of $1.2 million. And the Bunkers Hill System in Northern Clarendon, benefiting 1,000 persons at a cost of $10 million. In the KSA, we have completed work on several capital projects, the Port Royal bypass pump installation, as well as the relaying of the distribution main. The Hagley Park Road, Gretna Green Water, the Gretna Green Avenue Water and Sewage Improvement Project, the Padmore and Sterling Castle Heights Pipeline Replacement Project, the Kencott Collector Sewers Project, the Mona Heights Bougainvillea Sewer Installation Project, and the Bay Farm Collector Sewer Project, Gardenia Sewers Projects, the Montgomery replacement well. And Madam Speaker, this is a major point to note because this is providing 2 million gallons of water daily to the corporate area and ultimately reduces the geographic area supplied by the Mona Reservoir. So this ultimately reduces dependence on the Mona Reservoir. In Manchester, the Mother Fleur water system benefiting 2,500 residents at a cost of $15 million. The Mile Gully pipeline. Additionally, the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Improvement Project is approximately 60% complete. This is at a cost of $4.5 billion across 3 budget cycles. Last year, in the midst of Jamaica's worst drought, the corporate area undersupplied potable water by just 12 million gallons daily. This is why, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report to this Honorable House that we have entered the implementation phase and broken ground of the long-touted Rio Cobre water treatment plant in Content, St. Catherine. When completed, in 2 years, this plant will provide 15.5 million gallons daily, supporting distribution in the KSA, Portmore, and Spanish Town. This US $78 million PPP project will move us closer to our 2030 goal. Madam Speaker, this is a major project. We have been talking about this project from 2009. Project developed when our now Deputy Prime Minister was Minister of Water. It has gone through several iterations, several starts and stops. But you know what, Madam Speaker? We get things done. Madam Speaker, we will continue to make major investments in capital works in the coming fiscal year. Over $5 billion is expected to be spent this fiscal year, benefiting more than 165,000 Jamaicans. Additionally, more than $2.5 billion will be invested in sewage infrastructure work. Madam Speaker, outside of this massive portfolio just outlined, let me mention a few other strategic projects. Madam Speaker, the CDD-funded projects, which have been long in coming, over 20 years in some cases, this project targets upgrading the water supply system in 5 parishes and has been added to the public sector investment program. This will benefit from a US $30 million loan from the CDB, with the government of Jamaica providing $6 million US. And this will be executed over 4 years. The projects include the Agualta Vale Jordan Run Water Scheme for Southeast St. Mary, the Mason Hall Scheme in Western St. Mary, Albert Town to Ulster Spring Scheme in Southern Trelawney, Union Balaclava Scheme in Northeastern St. Elizabeth, the Port Morant Erie Castle Scheme in Eastern St. Thomas, and the Green Park Higginstown Bamboo Scheme in Southeastern and Northwestern St. Anne. This year, the project management unit will be established and commence the project procurement phase at a cost of US 85 million Jamaican dollars. Land acquisition will also be covered this year. Madam Speaker, the growing demand for reliable potable water in the Black River and immediate surrounding communities, compounded by the undersized pump at the source, the age and undersized distribution pipes necessitates upgrading works to the source and distribution network in this area. This project will see the upgrading of the production capacity of the Rock River Spring, the protection and rehabilitation of the on-site facilities, and the improvement of reliable water supply at the Rock River and surrounding communities by installing new distribution pipelines to serve just over 6,000 residents. The estimated cost of the project is $140 million. And I know, Madam Speaker, that the member for North Central Clarendon will be very happy for this project. I've toured it several times with him. The people there have been very patient, and they have, Madam Speaker, I think they have endured quite a bit. No fault of their own environmental issues. There was a well there, but the well was compromised. We have tried to put other solutions which hasn't worked, but I think we have now come up with this, I think, complete solution of $140 million, which will bring water to the people of Rock River in North Central. Madam Speaker, we understand the issue of water security, and we understand it is a big issue, Madam Speaker, particularly in Negril and its environs. The Negril Water Improvement Project will see the construction of a 10 million gallons daily water treatment plant in the Roaring River in Westmoreland at an estimated cost of US $20 million. The overall effectiveness of this intervention must be complemented by improvement activities to those systems adjacent to the focal target area. This will ensure the sustainability of the intervention, as well as, in the medium to long term, adequacy of supply to current and future demands. In light of this, the activities to be undertaken as part of the project are contiguous for an effective and long-lasting intervention. Madam Speaker, energy usage in the water sector is heavy, with the NWC being the largest customer of the JPS in terms of electricity usage. We have had months when the energy bill for the NWC exceeded 1 billion Jamaican dollars. As such, the NWC has embarked on several projects that will reduce energy consumption and ultimately create more fiscal space for capital investment and keep prices to consumers stable. The projects include the development of a 350 kilowatt solar generation facility at the Forest Hills Relief Station in Kingston and St. Andrew. And the construction for this will start in July at a cost of 68 million Jamaican dollars. The development of a 350 kilowatt solar generation facility at the Leaders Avenue Terminal Pumping Station in Montego Bay, St. James, and construction is also expected to start in July at a cost of $68 million. In Fraser's Content in St. Catherine, we will construct a 100 kilowatt solar generation facility at a cost of 55 million Jamaican dollars. The project will commence construction in August of this year. The major energy project for the NWC is a 62 million US dollar PPP for the installation of a 45 megawatt floating solar generation facility at the Mona Reservoir. Having received cabinet approval in November 2022, the pilot phase is now complete. As such, we will enter the implementation phase this year. We will deliver in excess of 1 billion Jamaican dollars in value to the NWC once the project is complete. Madam Speaker, I'm skipping out some of the water projects because they're really a lot. But I want to go to rural water. Madam Speaker, having gone around the country into the rural areas, I have heard the cries loud and clear from persons who complain bitterly about not having water. To be clear, many of these communities are not NWC customers. They, Madam Speaker, are not part of the utility system. They rely on natural sources, springs and rivers, or local supply systems such as catchment tanks and entombments. I want to announce, Madam Speaker, that the rural water supply, that rural water will be investing $409 million into the following projects nationally. They will be doing Riversdale in northeastern St. Catherine for $53 million. They will be doing Spring Gardens in southern St. James, $19 million. They will be doing Maroon Town in southern St. James, $53.2 million. They will be doing Stepney. I hope that is how it is pronounced. Stepney. Stettin. Well, this says southwestern St. Anne, $45.6 million. The Rocky Point unplanned settlement in southeastern Clarendon for $22.8 million. Petersfield in western St. Mary, $11.4 million. Fallen Spring in Brockway in western St. Mary, $7.6 million. Bamboo in eastern Hanover, $30.4 million. Orange Bay Crystal Spring in western Portland, $60.8 million. Cascade section in western Portland, $19 million. None such in eastern Portland, $26 million. Low River Mendes Town in southern Trelawney, $20.37 million. And the purchasing of pipes to assist the NWC in doing all of this, $40 million. So this is all, Madam Speaker, that was programmed. But Madam Speaker, as I've said, having gone around and seeing the complaints, it's very difficult, when, they're not part of a utility system, that their water source sometimes is non-existent. Sometimes the water source dries up. They have no way of getting water. So, Madam Speaker, what we're going to do is to make an additional allocation of $1 billion to rural water. I know, Madam Speaker, that they have several projects on the books, but not funded. So they have developed projects, but because it's not financed, they have put it in file 13. What we're going to say to rural water now is bring out those projects. We have $1 billion which we're going to reserve under capital. Get those projects in and let's get water to the people. Madam Speaker, I'm thinking of a community called Chestnut in Cessnock in western Hanover, where a lady who is a returning resident tackled me about her water situation and how long she hasn't had water, and it really was touching, Madam Speaker. As the Prime Minister, I am in a position to make allocative decisions that are responsive to the people's needs. And Madam Speaker, one thing is clear, is that we are doing the investments in water. There's no question about that. But when a 70-year-old lady says, Prime Minister, I can't carry water anymore, you have to respond to that. And so, Madam Speaker, we are responding. Madam Speaker, it is not just investment in potable water and sewage. We are making massive investments in irrigation, and I just want to mention, Madam Speaker, what we are doing in Essex Valley. We're spending 1.9 billion Jamaican dollars to complete the installation of irrigation pipes, fittings, and meters to supply and install a renewable energy plant to power the irrigation system and to construct storage and distribution facilities. In addition, as part of the project, our farmers in the Essex Valley will benefit from 27 kilometers of roads which are now currently being rehabilitated. in the Southern Plains Irrigation Scheme in Parnassus in Clarendon and both Amity Hall and Bridgepen in St. Catherine, we are investing over $1.5 billion to provide access to irrigation water on the fallow sugarlands to increase agricultural productivity. And Madam Speaker, last year I announced that after 5 decades of announcement, the Pedro Plains Irrigation Scheme would finally become a reality. We have committed to its designation as a national strategic project. This life-changing initiative will use water from the Black River to irrigate the plains and farmlands in the parish. Thousands of farmers across communities such as Flagaman, Greenfield, Barbary Hall, Southfield, and Top Hill will benefit from the project. Madam Speaker, we have now entered the implementation phase. So this is not just announcements because it's been announced and announced and announced. We have started cadastral mapping of the parcels of land to be impacted by the distribution network is underway. A direct result of this work is that over 1,000 titles will be produced this year under the project. Madam Speaker, we are getting things done. Madam Speaker, we have an ambitious long-term plan to provide housing for all our people by looking closely at the various areas of need and ways in which we can provide solutions. Let me remind this Honorable House of the different agencies through which government is working to provide affordable housing solutions to people. The new social housing program under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I heard some disparaging remarks about the social housing program.
Shame. Shame.
Madam Speaker, the new social housing program replaced a program we inherited from the previous administration. Under that program, each MP was promised a certain number of houses. I believe it was something like 5 houses. 5 houses per year. Some MPs got maybe 2 or 3. But if you check most MPs, they didn't get any. I believe the project would have been under Jeep. My recollection is that it was a Jeep project. I may be mistaken. No, it wasn't. There's something that said it was, but I stand to be corrected. So, Madam Speaker, it's a partnership with Food for the Poor, yes, but I believe precisely it was under the Jeep Secretary. That's what my recollection. So Madam Speaker, the program was well-intentioned. I make no criticism on that. But like many other programs, it was not properly executed. We took over the program, Madam Speaker, and we recrafted the program. We put in far more robust systems to ensure that the program will be delivered. We started out very slowly because we had to understand the bureaucratic layer of the land in getting it done. But now, Madam Speaker, we are delivering houses, concrete structures, with sewage and water tanks, and we are doing it, Madam Speaker, in, we are building a 3-bedroom in 6 weeks. So we have increased the pace of the delivery. Madam Speaker, almost every week for the past 6 months, I'm delivering 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. So we have reached now just over 200 houses under the new social housing program. There is no other social housing program like this which has had this pace of delivery. And what will happen, Madam Speaker, is that the pace of delivery is going to increase rapidly. So Madam Speaker, the program was developed to improve the housing condition of the country's poorest and most disadvantaged population, and to provide quality housing for them. The implementation modalities are, we have an indigent housing, which is across 63 constituencies. We have a relocation of vulnerable communities as a modality, and we have the upgrade of tenement yards, one per constituency, up to a maximum of 30 units in the upgrade. As at March 5th, 2024, 213 housing units benefited, 213 housing units benefiting almost 800 individuals across 55 constituencies have been completed. And currently, there are 51 active construction sites across 25 constituencies. In addition, the Tourism Enhancement Fund will, in partnership with the new social housing program, provide 500 million Jamaican dollars to fund housing for tourism workers who live in substandard conditions. Madam Speaker, this is a big deal.
Big deal.
Because
Big deal.
this gives us now the opportunity to partner with hotels. So we can leverage the $500 million with contributions from hotels to literally double the number of houses that we can build. So a hotel that has a key worker, for example, that has been with them for a long time, and this worker doesn't have a house for themselves or lives in really substandard condition, they can approach the new social housing program and partner with us to build a social house for that worker. Madam Speaker, the HAJ has been on a path to transform brownfield sites by undertaking infrastructural work in concert with key stakeholders such as the Tourism Enhancement Fund. During the 2023-2024 budget year, the HAJ continued work in the Grange-Pen brownfield development geared towards bringing water, sewage, and infrastructure to households and providing certification of titles for 314 lots. Madam Speaker, this would enable residents within the community to know what it means to finally have real security of tenure. Additionally, brownfield projects to be undertaken in 2024-2025 include retirement in St. James, 1,547 solutions, Eden Park in St. James, 1,400 solutions, and Norwich in Portland, 423 solutions. Madam Speaker, security of tenure of citizens of brownfield sites is of paramount importance to me and the members of this honorable House. Over the 4-year period, the HAJ will be intensifying title issuance and the projection Madam Speaker, in my presentation, in the rush to try to get through this extensive presentation, I neglected to acknowledge, very important that I do this, a beneficiary of one of the new social housing program. Very important that this acknowledgement happened. I want to acknowledge Kayla Hilton from Rock River, who received again, Madam Speaker, when we explain what we're doing, persons hearing this thing may not be able to identify with it because it's not in proximity to them. But we have gotten Kayla's permission to tell her story, and her story really needs to be told so that people understand the importance of the social housing. Kayla resided in a small, you could only describe it as a storeroom, which is less than a 10 by 10, with her 2 children, one of whom was stung by a scorpion, which left him paralyzed and speechless for a period of time. And Madam Speaker, it is cases like these that benefit from the social housing program. It has been transformational to the lives of the people who benefit. Transformational. It comes from a place, Madam Speaker, of social equity. That's what it is. As we pursue some of these projects where people are able to purchase their own homes, the society has a social conscience which says that there is a minimum standard of shelter for all Jamaicans. By virtue of the demands that MPs face and report, we don't have the census data yet, the new census data, but you can estimate that there are 6,000 Jamaicans, roughly, who live in the worst shelter conditions, such as what Kayla suffered. And the government must put in place programs, to address that, because that is the only way you're going to break the inequality in the society. That's the only way you're going to break the intergenerational poverty. And that's the only way you're going to engender hope in the people of Jamaica that their needs will be addressed. Madam Speaker, in my presentation last year, I introduced the development of the St. Paul's Lane project in West Central St. Andrew, in my constituency, comprising 24 units to benefit families who live in that area and whose houses were devastated by fire. You will recall that I mentioned that this project is being done as a pilot, given the various dynamics involved and the extent to which informal settlement is prevalent in Jamaica. Today, I'm pleased to report that the project has been almost 90% complete, as you can see, Madam Speaker, and in short order, the families will benefit from this. Madam Speaker, I want you to, if you are able to see it, Madam Speaker, to look at the buildings and to see the design and see the construction. And it's a pity we don't have what existed before. But what happened, Madam Speaker, is that this community, like many other communities, live in really substandard conditions. There was a fire, and the fire destroyed the dwellings of about 24 families. It gave an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to truly make an intervention. The persons there, Madam Speaker, agreed that they would be decanted from the site. They would, some persons who still had their homes standing, that those houses would be demolished, and that the entirety of the land that is made available would be developed using this model. So note, Madam Speaker, that it is almost like a strata development where houses are on the bottom, houses on the top, and there are shared walls. So, Madam Speaker, we have learned quite a bit from doing this project. We have learned how to get the community mobilized. We have learned what to do in terms of decanting the persons, because whilst this is being built, the family members have to live somewhere. And where are they going to live? How are we going to pay for this? So we have quite a bit of learning from this project. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to announce that having gone through the concept and proven that we can rehabilitate, rejuvenate, renew, rebuild urban areas that suffer from blight, we are now announcing a $15 billion program earmarked over the next 3 years that will focus, 3 years, 15 billion over 3 years, that will focus on the renewal, redevelopment, reconstruction, whatever term you want to use, of small inner city communities. So this $15 billion, Swallowfield might be a little bit too big, but if you have like a lane, like a little lane. So what we want to do, because the issues that are involved here, Madam Speaker, require the decanting and accommodating persons who live there. You really couldn't take large communities. So right, no, so this is going to be under the HAJ. So what would happen is, the way in which we intend it to work is that you would apply to the HAJ, MPs, because it's MP driven. So you bring the small project to the HAJ. The HAJ now has a team that will go, yes, the Housing Agency of Jamaica, that will come assess, do the social survey. What we found, Madam Speaker, is that the social survey was so crucial, because what you find is that families tend to want to split up when they hear about an intervention. So you might have a household which had 10 people in it before. All of a sudden now everybody wants And so all of these complexities that go into making sure that the project doesn't become unmanageable so that you don't do it. So there is a proper social intervention learning that has taken place in St. Paul's Lane, which will be applied to projects that fit into the criteria of this $15 billion over 5 years. So there are some small communities. I know there's a community in the Minister of Finance's constituency. I know one in the member from in Barbican. Madam Speaker, if there's one community that I know, one area that we have to make some intervention would be in central Westmoreland, in communities there that need real intervention. Madam Speaker, Spanish Town, Central Kingston, they're all over. So they're constantly, Madam Speaker, in the constituency of the leader of the opposition, in the constituency of my adjoining.
Real talk. Starting a business isn't for the faint of heart. That's why over 1 million entrepreneurs started theirs with Busy, powered
In your southeast St. Andrew. There are small communities. They pop up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we toured a community in Portmore. What's the name of it? Land. In Land. And these are communities that fit that criteria. So we now have this program of intervention slated for that. Madam Speaker, Spanish Town, definitely. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the NHD. Madam Speaker, the NHD continues to find innovative ways to increase access and affordability for housing for contributors. In 2024-2025, the NHD is projecting to commence construction of 15,000 housing solutions, with more than 96% of these housing solutions geared towards lower middle income to low income contributors. I want to make a point here, Madam Speaker. I want to make a point here. It is said from the opposition that the NHD is not concentrating on producing housing for low income and middle income contributors. That is not the case. The government 3 years ago gave a policy directive to the board of the NHD for the NHD to redirect its resources to focus on lower middle income to low income earners who are NHD contributors. And therefore, Madam Speaker, for the houses that the NHD is involved in its development, we are not taking on houses, Madam Speaker, where the price point is in middle and high. Madam Speaker, there are a few legacy projects which we were committed to, which we can't come out of, and those projects will continue. But we are not taking on any new project that is outside of the policy guideline for low income to lower middle income. Madam Speaker, these 15,000 houses comprise 4,309 two-bedroom solutions priced at an average below $13 million. And Madam Speaker, if you're coming to the market with $13 million, that's a reasonably very good price for a two-bedroom solution. 7,600 one-bedroom units priced at an average of $10 million. Madam Speaker, that is for the price. And Madam Speaker, we will provide 3,100 service lots priced below $4 million. Madam Speaker, I want to just read out the housing starts by parish and project for 2024-2025. For Kingston, we have JDF Housing, Rasta City, now Royal Estates, and Bay Farm Road, that's 9,666 housing solutions. Madam Speaker, for Rasta City, I am overjoyed. That's the only word I can. This is big. Madam Speaker, this housing development was promised over and over and over again. 966. So this is the JDF Housing, the Rasta City, and Bay Farm Road. So those projects will start and they total 966 solutions. In St. Andrew, Ruthven Road 2, 400 units. In St. Catherine, Brampton and Colbeck, phases 5 and 6, 2,842. In Clarendon, Longville Park, Penn, and Carlsberg, that's 2,277. In Manchester, Mount Nelson, 1,464 units. In St. Elizabeth, Friendship 2, and Brampton Manor 2, that's 543 units. In Westmoreland, we have Negril Spot and Chantilly, making up 1,175 units. In Hanover, we have Point, 365 units. In Trelawney, we have Dry Valley, 1,040 units. In St. James, there is Barrett Hall and Spot Valley, 1,983. In St. Mary, we have Galena, Highgate and Industry Pen, 580. In St. Thomas, there is Roselle, 660. And in all parishes, which includes build and own land, construction loan, and homeowners projects, 710. So that is, Madam Speaker, when we talk about building houses, yes, it's good to have houses concentrated in one area. We are building houses all over Jamaica, all over Jamaica. In terms of housing completions, the NHD will complete approximately 3,744 housing solutions across the island in the coming financial year, 2024-2025. And let me just repeat those. Let me say those. We have Vineyard Town, Maxfield Park, and we just said St. Paul's Lane, and that gives us 32. We have the Foreshore Project, 46. We have Silver Sun and Colbeck, 1,105. In Clarendon, we have Hummingbird Meadows, Money Musk, 333. In Manchester, Perth 2, 492. In St. Elizabeth, Brampton Manor 2, and Malvern, that comes up to 130. Sheffield Palms in Westmoreland, 60. Winchester in Hanover, that's 120. Windsor in Trelawney, 118. In St. James, we have Irwin, Estuary 2, 524. In St. Mary, Nonsuch, that's 14. In St. Thomas, Roselle, that's 100. And in all parishes, build and own, construction loan, and open market purchases, home owners projects, 670 housing solutions, totaling 3,744. Housing completions continue to be challenged by supply chain disruptions, contractor delays, quality assurance issues, and approvals, and a big complaint, shortage of labor. Another significant challenge, as I've said, that has emerged. Therefore, in addition to the initiatives I mentioned on the heart, the NHD will provide the opportunity for their whole participants to develop their skills and experience and become certified in construction. So the NHD will build out this program in partnership with Heart Trust NSTA by creating an on-the-job training environment with their development partners at his heart in provision of, and they will give them small tools and equipment. And these participants in 2 years will be certified in construction and project management. Another boost, Madam Speaker, for the labor supply of the construction sector is that the NHT will also expand its scholarship program to provide tuition at a maximum of $1 million per annum per student for up to 10 students at the tertiary level pursuing careers in civil engineering, construction management, construction technology, architecture, urban planning, and building technologies and other related fields. Madam Speaker, this is a significant program because the challenge is real, Madam Speaker, when it comes to finding the technical skills and finding the labor in construction. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy that the NHT is making this significant contribution to the training and education of people in the construction field. Madam Speaker, since the 2019 announcement of the scheme upgrade program for the improvement of the physical and social infrastructure of housing schemes developed by the NHT in its first 10 years of existence, the Trust has expanded the program to include government-built housing developments and schemes built after the first 10 years on a needs basis. Additionally, the inadequacy of important social infrastructure such as early childhood facilities and health centers has been highlighted and will be considered for support as appropriate. The funding available for the program was $4 billion. In 2023, a further $2 billion was committed to the program. To date, projects have been identified and scope of works agreed with relevant stakeholders for 99 communities. Madam Speaker, let me say that this is one of the most fulfilling projects that I have been associated with. I announced this project, Madam Speaker, because, well, Madam Speaker, as you would know, I grew up in an NHT house, in a housing scheme, and I'm well aware of which was built in the first 10 years of the NHT's inception. And many of these housing schemes, Madam Speaker, have fallen into disrepair. And so we made the allocation in 2019. And I'm pleased to say that the grant spend housing scheme in St. Andrew, yes, $80 million was spent on upgrading that housing scheme. The sewage will be done in phase 2. So that is done. The Charlie Mount housing scheme in St. Catherine, we rehabilitated, well, that wasn't done. Anyway, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $60 million was spent, completed. Arcadia, that's a Gale housing scheme in St. Mary. Rehabilitation of roads and drains, $60 million spent. Corville Gardens Phase 1 in St. Andrew, $56.2 million spent. Rehabilitation of roads and drains. Frontier in St. Mary, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $55.8 million. The Bushy Park housing scheme in Clarendon, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $54.2 million. Portsmouth housing scheme in St. Catherine, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $60 million. The Ito Boreal in St. Mary, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $51.7 million completed. Hulruth Court in St. Andrew, roof repairs and painting of exterior walls, $60 million, practical completion. Madam Speaker, Bellevue Heights in St. Catherine, rehabilitation of roads and drains. Hague Housing Scheme in Trelawney, rehabilitation of roads and drains. Corville Gardens Phase 2, rehabilitation of drains, $60 million. The Preddy Housing Scheme in Clarendon, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $49 million. Seville Housing Scheme in St. Anne, rehabilitation of roads and drains, $49 million. And Culloden Housing Scheme in Westmoreland, rehabilitation of drains, $49 million completed. Madam Speaker, it amazed me when people say nothing is happening. If I were to go through and really list everything, we would be here until 2 or 3 days. So, Madam Speaker, the NHT in 2019 introduced a program to rehabilitate identified police stations within a 10-mile radius of NHT schemes, with the ultimate aim of improving security. A total of 11 police stations have been identified for rehabilitation thus far, of which 5 have been completed to date. $835 million of the $2 billion allocated has been spent. Madam Speaker, through the NHT's work with upgrading of infirmaries, it has identified the need for more supporting shelter services for vulnerable persons in Jamaica. The NHT will, in partnership with the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, construct 14 homeless shelters on government lands across Jamaica. 14 homeless shelters. These shelters will vary in size and design based on needs assessment carried out by social workers and housing specialists to properly address the unique needs of the homeless, as well as genuine social cases identified by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Madam Speaker, we also recognize that our wards of the state on attaining age 18 need assistance with accommodation over a 2 to 3 year period, while mentoring continues for them to achieve personal and career goals to lead independent lives. An assessment will therefore be done to determine the need in particular parishes, and the NHT will look at the provision of appropriate housing solutions.
To all my viewers and subscribers on this YouTube channel, we have a program at 8 o'clock that we have to go and prepare for. And that is why we decide to break away from this live feed from the Parliament of Jamaica, where the Prime Minister is giving his budget presentation. I don't want to leave because the presentation, we need to listen to what he's saying, but I have to break away from it because we are getting ourselves prepared for the analyst of the program. We're going to have some people come on and analyze his budget presentation. So we're getting ourselves prepared for that. So I do apologize to everyone. Please do not be offended. But we have to break away from this live feed. Thank you all very much for watching.
Madam Speaker, the NHT is developing a new green energy initiative to be responsive to the climate change effects on dwellings. This new policy will have direct impact on the NHT's design of new structures, which will be optimized for natural cooling and cross-ventilation, rainwater harvesting, and solar energy. As of July 1, 2024, NHT contributors will now be able to access a new loan product, the Smart Energy Home Improvement Loan, to outfit their dwellings with any combination of solar panels and solar batteries, solar water heaters, and solar installations, other renewable energy technologies, windmills, hydropower, biomass, rainwater harvesting and storage to include water tanks and pumps. The asset must have a useful life that meets or exceeds the loan term. Contributors may access up to $1.5 million, 2 contributors being able to join and access $1.5 million each for the Green Energy Loan Improvement Loan at a rate of 5% with a payback period of up to 10 years. Madam Speaker, in the coming year, 2024 to 2025, the NHT will expand its home grants to include the installation of solar panel systems on the houses of public sector pensioners at a maximum of $1.5 million each. The program will target 30 of these pensioners per parish each year for the next 3 years. Beneficiaries will be selected at random after being stratified by the parish and after satisfaction of the following criteria. At the point of retirement, the pensioner was earning less than 30,000 per week at that time, must be a homeowner, and this includes owners of non-NHD constructed houses, must be 60 years and older, and must have already installed these items. Preference will be given to pensioners who live in areas with unreliable, irregular electricity supply, and this grant will enable them to reduce their utility bill and reduce environmental impact. Madam Speaker, the NHD will develop one-bedroom apartment complexes, particularly within or near urban centers, as starter homes. These apartments will be made available to contributors via sale agreement with an optional buyback clause. The buyback clause will give mortgagors the option to sell the property back to the NHT after a determined time. The trust may repurchase the unit for sale to its contributors. The mortgagors who sell their unit to the NHT under this arrangement will be allowed to access a new benefit from the NHT in full towards the acquisition of a new home. This model will be an attractive dwelling arrangement for single dwellers and young couples who do not wish to forfeit an NHT first-time homeowners benefit in order to secure stable housing. Units that are currently under construction at Vineyard Town and Howard Avenue in St. Andrew, that is 264 one-bedroom units, will be sold. There's a construction there, I'll tell you. An additional 300 units at Barracks Road in Montego Bay are also earmarked and will be targeted to workers in the tourism, BPO, and security sector. So, Madam Speaker, again, a government that is listening and finding creative solutions. So there are a lot of young people, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, I went to open a BPO facility in Montego Bay, and a young lady came to me and raised this issue that, she can't afford housing. And she doesn't want to stretch herself to buy a house for which she would then be deprived of her future benefit when she's really in a position to do it. What this does, Madam Speaker, it allows younger persons to enter the housing market at an early stage, enter the housing market, acquire a property, and then when they are at a better stage in life, they can sell the property back to the NHT and still get access to their full benefit. Madam Speaker, what this is going to do, it is going to incentivize private developers to come into that market to build these kind of starter home units, to get young people on the property level, to invest in them, knowing that they can always come out of the property, save their equity, get their benefit, and move to a better property. So we are targeting those young people who are just starting out. A lot of young people getting work in the BPO sector, they are struggling with rent. They would really want to be able, instead of paying rent, to make that investment in a mortgage towards the equity in a property that they can then use to further improve their equity holding in another property. So, Madam Speaker, this is, I believe, a big move for home ownership for young people. It is a big move to incentivize construction in this area of the market. And just to repeat, we're going to start this off with units that are under construction in the vineyards, in Vineyard Town, at the Howard Avenue development in St. Andrew. There are 264 one-bedroom units there. I broke ground there myself. And 330 units that are going to be constructed at Barracks Road in Montego Bay. So, Madam Speaker, this is a big move for housing in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the program model of and types of solutions under the NHT's Urban Renewal Program have evolved from its predecessor, the Inner City Housing Program. The Trust is now producing mainly low-rise, single and multi-family units with open space, a design change, Madam Speaker, that has addressed some of the issues identified with the previous program. Madam Speaker, the NHT is now in a position to increase the output of low-income housing solutions under the Urban Renewal Program and will commit an initial $9 billion in 2024-2025 with an additional annual allocation going forward. The program will be rolled out beyond Kingston and St. Andrew with areas such as Russia and Grange Hill in Westmoreland, Maypen, Clarendon, Norwood, Glendevon, and flankers in St. James and parts of Spanish Town, St. Catherine are under consideration. Areas within the corporate area under consideration include the Barbican Road, Ligony area, Kasha Park, Cassava Peace, and Red Hills Road. So, Madam Speaker, this program is a different program from the smaller program that will be undertaken by the HAJ. This program will have $9 billion allocated in the first year and will look to take on some bigger communities now, like Russia in Westmoreland, where instead of building tens of houses, 20 or 30 houses, you're going to be looking at 50 to 100 houses to have transformation in the area. So this is a different program. The targeting of the program will be done by the NHT themselves based upon their surveys and so forth. Of course, MPs can always write to the NHT and recommend the areas. Madam Speaker, in recognition of the housing needs of various workers and to support national efforts to attract and retain talent in strategic fields, the NHT will develop housing targeted to workers in strategic areas in health, security, education, and tourism. Where employers and companies in these sectors own lands in close proximity to their place of employment, the NHT will partner with them to construct housing. The NHT will also reserve units in these select housing developments for sale or lease directly to these companies, who will then make them available to their employees. So, Madam Speaker, the NHT has been directed to actually now seek out partnerships with hotels, with BPOs, with other companies that are having mass employment. In the same way that we have partnerships with some of the public sector unions, that we will now have partnerships with some of these large companies where employment for their work, where housing for their workers is a critical challenge. Madam Speaker, based on the NHT's selection system, the longer you contribute, the greater your chance of selection for a scheme unit. Consequently, older contributors are the ones mainly selected for NHT units. The Trust is cognizant of some of the indirect consequences of this policy and its direct impact on specific groups, particularly contributors below the age of 35. The Trust's data suggests that this group is underrepresented in a scheme selection, even when factoring for other affordability and accessibility levers such as intergenerational and parent-assisted mortgages, which take into account the points of the older applicants. To address this, the NHT will reserve up to 10% of the housing solutions in the current housing plan for under 35-year-old contributors. 10% of our current housing plans will go to under 35-year-old contributors. Over the next 5 years, this will result in approximately 4,300 housing solutions being available at 100% financing up to $15 million, subject to affordability limits. Madam Speaker, this policy represents another wealth creation initiative of the government targeted towards youth. Madam Speaker, the NHT is mindful of the difficulties that micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and charitable entities have faced in recent times, particularly with adverse effects of the pandemic. To support the recovery of these entities and encourage their regularization during the coming year, the NHT will offer relief from interest and penalties on outstanding contributions. As at the 31st of December 2023, a total of $6.78 billion in contributions and interest was outstanding from these institutions, with charitable organizations accounting for $129 million. In respect of charitable institutions and MSMEs with 50 or fewer employees and annual revenues less than $425 million, the NHT will offer a contribution amnesty as follows. 1, for all contributions settled by September 30th, 2024, the NHT will waive the penalty interest on employee and employer contributions, as well as offer a 20% discount on outstanding employer contribution sums. For all contributions settled between October 1 and December 31st, 2024, the NHT will waive all penalty interest on employee and employer's contribution. And for all contributions settled between January and March 2025, the NHT will only waive penalty interest on employer contributions only. Madam Speaker, I want to quickly, I have to skip the presentation of the Port Authority, which is a significant presentation. And I'm afraid I will also have to do the same for the Factories Corporation, whose chairman is here, because we are Madam Speaker, I commit to making these presentations as statements to the House, because the presentation is substantial. There's a lot that the government is doing.
Working. Working and caring.
Madam Speaker, I believe that I will also skip the presentation of the UDC. So what I will do, Madam Speaker, is that I will make them as statements to the House, because the work that they are doing here is valuable. Madam Speaker, after 60 years of independence, too many of our fellow citizens are still trapped in a cycle of poverty, unable to break free from its suffocating grasp. For far too long, generations have endured the hardships of economic deprivation with little hope for improvement. The stark reality is that without intervention, this cycle will persist, condemning countless individuals and families to a life of struggle and despair. Madam Speaker, the globally used measure of inequality is the Gini index, or the Gini coefficient, which measures income distribution across a population. The coefficient ranges from 0% to 1 or 100%, with 0 representing perfect equality and 1 representing absolute inequality. The higher the GNI coefficient, the greater the gap between incomes of our country's richest and poorest people. The Jamaica Survey of Living Condition uses consumption expenditure to estimate the Gini coefficient. In 2021, the Gini coefficient was 0.3991, an increase from 0.3671 in 2009. For comparison, South Africa has the highest Gini coefficient globally of 0.63, while Norway has the lowest at 0.22. The last available figure for Trinidad was 0.43, and for Barbados, 0.47. So, Madam Speaker, step by step, this administration is creating a social safety net to protect the vulnerable, but also to create a more equal society. Madam Speaker, today, I'm pleased to announce that the government will establish the Jamaica 60 Hope for Children Trust Fund. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the fund is to help to close the wealth gap and address the issue of intergenerational poverty by creating a trust account specifically catered to vulnerable children. The Hope for Children Trust Fund will provide each eligible child with a long-term savings account funded through annual contributions from the government. Parents, guardians, and other donors will also be able to make deposits into the account for the future benefit of any specific child. The accumulated funds, including interest, will be accessible on or after the child's 18th birthday for specific purposes such as education, to purchase a home or commercial property, or invest in business. Madam Speaker, any child in Jamaica born on or after the 60th anniversary of our independence, that is August 6, 2022, who is part of the PATH program, meaning that they are born into a PATH household, or they are a ward of the state, will be eligible for this trust. Madam Speaker, the central idea behind the program is to provide children with a lump sum to start them in life upon attaining adulthood. Our initial target is a lump sum of between $600,000 and $800,000 to be available on the 18th birthday of any eligible child. Madam Speaker, we will also explore alternatives to establish and manage this program. It could be part of the National Insurance Fund, or we may consider having private insurance companies administer the fund. Madam Speaker, this is, I believe, a groundbreaking initiative. To truly, a groundbreaking initiative, to truly grapple with inequality in the society. Madam Speaker, from a historical perspective, there are many households who have no endowments in Jamaica, meaning that they can't look towards anything bequeathed to them from their family. There is no asset being passed down to them from generations. The only way that they are able to create any wealth is through their labor, through the dint of their effort, literally pulling themselves up by their bootstrap. Some people will be able to do that. Some people are driven and can do that. But Madam Speaker, there are a large number of Jamaicans who are not able to do that. Madam Speaker, every Jamaican would understand this, that you have a family of 4 or 5 siblings. One sibling is given the opportunity to go off to college or go to school. The rest don't get the opportunity. Usually the older one and the second one is sacrificed for the 2 younger ones. They go off, they get an education, they get income, they can buy houses, and their children do better. Whilst the children of the 2 who were held behind don't get a chance. And this is a story repeated over and over and over in Jamaica. Now, the government has a duty, a responsibility, that as we grow, as our economy grows, we take instrumental and decisive steps to break intergenerational poverty, to correct structural inequalities, the intention here is great. The amount may be considered small, but it is the first step in the right direction to truly create a more equitable society. Consider what this will do. Now, there are children at 18, they have left high school now, they are going to transition, they're going to go to university. They don't need student loan. Their parents can draw a check and pay for their education. In fact, they will probably not go to university in Jamaica, they'll go overseas. All right, so they are going to get access to, you know, the best quality education there is. Their opportunities in life, their life chances are much better coming from those households. Now, there are a few children who are coming from poor households who will get scholarships because they're just naturally brilliant. And so they will transition. There are those who are coming from lower middle income households who will definitely have to depend on the student loan, which is why we have to make it so easy for